What up, nerds? I got my second job interview coming up for the state. I know some of y'all want to know. Am I going to be doing these long lives? Probably not. Once I, start working, no. I'm not. I'll just be doing that. But will I go live sometime? Yeah. Just not as long. And that's cool. Yeah. Everybody's cool with that. I think that's awesome. Might be make a little money. A little money, I don't know. Depends on how it goes. But I really don't know. I don't know if it's for me, because I'm really a non-traditional type of guy. I don't know. But I will say this. If it does pop off, I'll be happy about it. Especially because of, I want to move. I want to go ahead and, I want to move. I want to move to a better spot, though. I don't want to move to a spot that's you know what I'm saying? I want to move to a better spot. I want to move to a nicer spot. And of course that takes money. So that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at, nerds. I get my windows tomorrow. So all this is going to be different. Different. Anyways, you nerd ballers, I just thought I'd come on and say howdy do to you muckrakers. Cheese eaters. All you people. You people. You know what they call us? Make some jamming while I'm here. I'm gonna jam a little bit while I'm here. I know these videos don't do well, but I'll tell you something about these videos. They're therapeutic. I need therapy. This is how I do it. Make music. I think my way through it all. That's what I do. I hope you guys can hear me. I hope you guys can hear me. Oh, you nerd ballers. Anyways, some more good news. I got my clipper heads. Which I should have just done that. But now I'm stuck with $100 worth of clippers. But I got my clipper heads. And I've been, trying them out. I don't know. I'm okay with it. Because I'm going to need all this to be right for my interview. So I keep myself tight. So I can look sprack for my second interview. Yeah. So I can be like, what up, though? My afro. Yeah. Yeah. What up, nerds? All right. Nobody's coming on, so I'm gonna go ahead and get off. If nobody wants to talk today, it's cool. I'll go ahead and get on out you guys' way. Because, we all got something else we could be doing. Nobody wants to talk. It's okay. It's okay. What's the story? My second job interview is coming up. And it's for customer service. Yes, for customer service. Well, yeah, they hit me with an email. I said, listen, buds, got an interview coming up next month. Be there or be square. So these are the same people that made me take a test. Thanks. Thank you very much. So they make you take a test. So I had to take a test first. And a bunch of people showed up to take this test. And I'm pretty sure I sucked at it. So I was just like, that's it. And then they hit me with an email yesterday. It was like, yeah, we want you to come in for a second interview. I'm like, what? The real cool thing about it is it's with an insurance company. Excuse me, it's with the insurance department of the state. You know what I mean? Yeah, see, that's the whole point. What up? What up? Yeah, that's my whole thing. So I can go ahead and get my master's degree. So that's probably what I'll do. I've been sitting here contemplating, what am I going to do? Am I going to get a master's degree? Or am I just going to go to school for a year? But I'm like, I can kill two birds with one stone. You know what I mean? So I think I'm just gonna get a master's degree, and and who knows what happens from there. They may look at it and say, I mean, they may look at the fact that I have a degree, because it's in healthcare. They may go, hey, slide into this spot. Who knows? Who knows? But I really like the part-time energy. You know what? I believe that 100%. So on that tip, Humble. So what I have been doing is because I want to take some science classes, and I'm a science dude, but concentrating is it's hard for me. It really is. Uh, so I've been just looking up some of the classes I want to take. Microbiology. I think I already have my. No, I have biology. Yeah, I have biology, and I've been looking up uh, chemistry because I know that's going to be a doozy for me. So I've been looking up chemistry and some other science classes. Just been checking them out to see if I can, step into one of these, chemistry 101. You know, if I have everything else on my prerequisites, if there is prerequisites for it, can I, step into it? But if there's not, and I have to take a prerequisite, I'm like, oh my god, I hope I don't have to take algebra again because I have my college algebra, but I don't remember it. You know what I mean? It's like, oh no, not a refresher course in algebra. Um, Either that or I might take another plant biology class because I really enjoy plant biology. It's weird, but I do. I enjoy the what plants do. So, but I said, you know what? Let me just get a something that says that I'm a something. You know what I mean? That's what I want. So I'll narrow it down here once I really see what's going on. But I talked to somebody who has a master's degree, and she's like, "Look, they'll work with you when it comes to paying for it, because it's like $30,000. So it's either $5,000 now and then pay for the rest of it later, or it's jump right into, and pay $30,000. I didn't want to do that with just what I was doing. I was like, I don't want to risk that. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to get behind in payments. $30,000, that's a grip for me. So I said, if I get a part-time job and I'm still slinging refrigerators and stuff like that, I could I could pay that off, pay my books off, no sweat. So that's really what I'm looking at. Speaking of plants, why not go to no way. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm gonna tell you why I don't really rock with legal marijuana. For one, I don't smoke or drink. So that is a whole different world for me. And that world is violent. Now, you have people. Okay, so when it comes to the legal speak, let's do that. When it comes to the legal speak of marijuana, the overwhelming question is, how is it reinforced and in what state and by whom? So if it okay, so does the federal government say, hey, in these states or in all states, it is legal to not only smoke but to excuse me, but to distribute. So as of right now, not every state is cleared to do that. So even if you get, I don't know, whatever cannabis card or whatever, and you want to flip hemp and all that stuff, I still think that the cops can hem you up for it. Big time. Big time. I still think that there's so much paperwork that's involved. If misspell one word or any, I just think that it's to be truthful, I just think it's another trap. Just like crack cocaine was, crack, you know what I mean? And listen, America used to, hell, they used to put coke in just about anything. I mean, you know what I'm saying? The drugs that they say are illegal now, they was handed out like candy. Matter of fact, it was in candy. You know what I'm saying? So, but now it's this, that, and there's too many crooked police on the street, and we know the FBI and the CIA, they're crooked as hell. So I just don't want to go near that arena because it's just too risky. It's just too risky to me. Well, okay, so let's do this. This is a good question. You always have good questions, but let's do this. I don't even know how to spell it, but I'm sure this is gonna. Okay, the ISA, marijuana legal in what state? Wondering what the law is in your state. Marijuana law are changing at a rapid pace across 50 states, making things a bit confusing at times. That's what gets me. Because you don't know what cop is going to say, yeah, it's okay, what cop is not. I mean, you can get hemmed up and you can lose a whole lot before you find out that it's actually legal. Okay, in order to keep up with the ever changing laws, the DISA has provided an interactive map for information on legalization, medical use, uh, recreational use, and anything in between. So if you don't have a medical card, you can't say it's for glaucoma. You know what I mean? That type of thing. But they're saying anything in between. All right. Are you wondering what marijuana laws are? What the marijuana laws are in your state? The marijuana legalization map clearly defines the law in which the state and remains up to date with the largest changes. I don't have my glasses on. Sorry, largest changes on a monthly basis. It is important to understand and respect the rules that vary across the United States, which is just wrong. It's just wrong that it varies across the United States. Regardless, marijuana use and whether you're a visiting tourist or a resident, the following information will help you steer clear of any misunderstandings or trouble. Scroll over each state to learn more about the individual legalization law. Okay, let's start with okay. So it says not sure where to start with drug testing. Then it has a list of things: drug testing overview, dot transportation compliance, pre-employment drug testing, random drug testing, cost of drug tests. We're not even looking at drug testing. But hold on a second. Current law up to date, depending on legalization update, which marijuana. Okay, nope, I'm not going to do that. All right, so I'm going to come on down here and find. Shoot, I don't even know the shape of my damn state. I think it's Pennsylvania. I know what I'm close to. There it is, Ohio. Legal status mixed. Medical, yes. Discriminate. What? Decriminalized? Yes. It's decriminalized. See, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. See, it says the legal status is mixed. So it's saying you can have medical marijuana, which means you have to have some type of card issued by, I don't know whether the state or federal, says, hey, boom, I need this. This is why I'm able to smoke weed. And then it says it's decriminalized. But what you're talking about is for distribution. And that's the big difference. Is it legal to sell weed? That's pretty much what it is. And this doesn't see, it doesn't say that. That's why I'm not really, I don't really think about it now. I hear rappers and these people who talk about and get into it. But when I look at these stories, I go, yeah, in Denver, Colorado, where the majority of people are white, they have vending machines for weed. The same thing they put us under the jail for. They have vending machines. But in New York, can you do this in New York? I don't think so. Let me find New York. Indianapolis, Illinois, Missouri, Louisiana. New York is north, isn't it? Indiana. Michigan? No, damn. I don't know. Okay, there it is. Okay, legal status, fully legal. Medical, yes. Decriminalized, yes. I'm trying to tell you, people are still going to jail for this. So let me do this. I'm trying to tell you that they are. See, once again, this is the medical route. All right, weed is legal in New York, but the illegal market is still booming. Here's why. New York's first legal marijuana dispensaries are now up and running, but with the opportunity for both consumers and sellers comes questions about how the legal market will compete with the illegal sales. So you have people who have paperwork pretty much from the state that says we can sell this. And you have people who don't have paperwork that says we can sell this. Now, I guarantee that both the products are not the same. You are not going to sell, I'm telling you right now, you're not going to sell the dude who lives on Marcy. You're not going to sell that dude legal weed. He's not going to buy it. He's not going to buy it. What is it, TCP or whatever it is? He's not going to buy it. You're not going to get the dude who's, from the projects to buy legal weed. Yeah. It's not going to happen. You know why? What THC? I'm sorry. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. You know why? Because of THC. Now, weed naturally has, whatever in it, and it's potent by itself, right? However, I'm gonna look this up right now. Yeah, I love THC. However, listen, I just don't think they're gonna be the same product. I just don't think they are. Not to mention, they have taken THC and putting it in. They put it in, just about anything. It can be in your cereal now. It's in gummy bears. It's in all kind of stuff. So they have completely bastardized this whole natural product. And you can be eating brownies and it's full of THC, and things along that line. So this is what I think they're selling. They're selling all kind of stuff that's laced. But the raw, uncut that these people, have planted, out in California, and the bad guys are protecting, they're not protecting those things with AK-47s for nothing. They're not. Listen, the DEA is still busting down large scale operations of nothing but weed. And you know how they find them? Here's how they find the ones that are indoors: the electricity. That's how they find you. The amount of electricity that is needed to have a greenhouse effect, this is what they look for. If they see that you have an uptick in electricity, they'll start snooping around your spot. And if they come around and you have a large operation going on, or an extension on your house or something like that, and they think that it's in there, oh yeah, they're going to bring the dogs around. But they have also been fooled by this. They've ran up in people's houses who were hunting for crypto. Because you know how to hunt for crypto. For those of you who don't, I'll explain it to you. You have to do it by a computer. And your computer uses it's not the graphics card, is it? I forgot what card it is, but I mean, they're very hard to find. But nonetheless, the more powerful this card is, and the more powerful your computer is, the easier it is for you to hunt for coins, for crypto coins. Now you have people who have operations of nothing but, they don't even have the whole computers going. They have hard drives going. They have these fancy things. So hard drives. That's what they got. And they hook 30, 40, 50 of these up, and they run them constantly. But when you do this, it sends a sign to the DEA, and it says, yeah, they're mining crypto. And it says, this person has an uptick in their electric bill. So they're watching your electricity. Also, your water bill. But the first thing they hit on is your electricity. That's how they find people who have these large marijuana operations that are illegal. They just follow the water and they follow the electricity. If it's on the inside, if it's on the outside, they can also follow the water, because you need a lot. But like I said, the DEA is still busting people for weed. Now, it says that you can smoke weed in New York, but there's clearly two different sides. There's the illegal operation, and then there's a legal operation. And the illegal, listen, they're not just going to say, hey, anybody who wants to legally sell weed, we're going to go ahead and hook you. It's just not that easy. So I'm staying away from it. I think the cops are still trigger happy to do you in for any reason. And they're still using that lame excuse, get out the car, I smell weed, when there isn't any. And they are still planting weed on people. I mean, you just had one cop just went to jail because he was, in his hometown, he was notorious for pulling people over. And these are white people he's pulling over. And he would, be very friendly to him, ask them to get out the car, and then he would do this fake test and said they had meth. And he kept doing it to these people, and you can see videos of it. And the one guy's like, I don't have meth. He's like, don't do this to me. Don't take away my truck. This guy was having a meltdown because I think his marriage was on the rocks. And sometimes that's all a man has left is their truck. And they took his truck. This grown man, this blue collar worker, broke down in tears. And I think that was the camel that, well, the straw that broke the camel's back, because once those videos got to the department, and they looked at this guy and looked into his whole issue, and found out that not only was he completely not guilty, 'cause he couldn't afford to get his truck taken. He had no money, and he was on his way to work. He's like, no, like he like it was just an extreme case. And when you keep doing something illegal like this, you're gonna hit somebody that's gonna be it. That's gonna be the final straw, because it's just gonna be so ridiculous and so outrageous. And that's what happened to this guy. He was doing this to hundreds of people. So, you know, when I look at just drugs as an excuse to put you in jail, and if the video doesn't show that the officer is lying, as one officer said to me, it's my word against yours. And he cracked my skull with a baton. I still have the dent in my head. He said, it's my word against yours. I'm bleeding, going to the hospital, my word against yours. And they got away with it. So yeah, I don't go near anything like that because of dirty cops. And I still think they're going to use that excuse, even though you say uh, entrapment won't hold up in court. Here's the issue with that statement. In Chicago, in New Jersey, and places like that, let's take Chicago. The Chicago police put guns out on the curb and waited till the people who lived in that area, especially the young men, came, took the guns, and started killing each other. One guy said, listen, the cops did this to us. He said, we would come outside and there would be guns on the curb in a big old crate. There would be just guns sitting right there on the curb. So you wonder why O Block and all these places have all these shootings. Well, that's what the police did, just like crack. They put crack on our block to watch and see what it would do. So another thing that they've done, especially recently, is they would take a semi truck full of cargo, usually tennis shoes or something like that, something that attracts young men, and they would leave the truck just right there. And they would be around the corner somewhere watching to see who was going to do what. Also, you have the whole bait car thing. They bait you pretty much. And, you get in the car, boom, they got you for theft. Another thing they do is something that has to do with Uber, and you saying you need a ride, and I don't know where the legal ramifications are for that, but there was a guy who two cops rolled up on him, plainclothes, rolled up in a car, and another plainclothes was nearby, and they were trapping people by, I guess if you were it went some kind of weird way, but the guy was a driver. And what he did was, well, you guys need to watch the video, because the guy who rolls up is the innocent one. He's the driver. The guy who's standing on a corner with a bag or whatever, like he needs to travel somewhere, that's the cop. And then there's another cop around the corner. So you roll up like, yo, man, you need a ride, blah, 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 blah. This guy interrupted the whole thing. He said, yo, man, just roll out. Don't give these guys a ride. They're undercover cops. And the guy was like, he peeled out. So I don't know, what it is and why they gave him a ticket or what the ticket was for, but they are, thanks, man, but they are trapping people left and right. Left and right. So be careful about all that. Now, they would not do this if it didn't hold up in court. So you need to watch the entrapment laws because for every law that is written, there's another law written to get around it. Every single one. I don't care what it is. If it comes to getting frisked and Terry frisked and blah blah blah, you have immunity. You have qualified immunity. Puts it it overlooks a lot of the cops wrong, and they use it a lot, and they'll frisk you down even though they really don't have a reason to, and say we're just checking to see if you have anything sharp on you. Then they'll put you in handcuffs and then they'll go through your pockets. But if you're not a threat, if you were never a threat and they don't have probable cause, they are not allowed to go in your pockets and they're really not allowed to frisk you. Terry versus Ohio. They're not allowed to do that, but they do it anyway. Why? Qualified immunity. It just allows them to do, pretty much whatever they want until it gets to an extreme. And when it hits an extreme, then, they're all looking and going, we need to re-educate our cops. No, you guys are criminals from the start. If you're allowing this to happen, you keep allowing it to happen. You're criminals. You're not good cops. So that's why I'm careful when it comes to what they're legalizing and what they're not legalizing, because I guarantee you today that somebody is going to go to jail today for having weed. I guarantee it. And it's going to be 100% raw and cut. They're going to send them right to jail. Right to prison. They're going to send them to prison for it. And some goofy white college grad is going to be flipping hemp and, edibles, right outside the jail legally. And listen, if you're white, don't be offended at me because I'm just telling you, I'm telling you what is really going on here in America. So if you're white and you're pissed about that, just go and look it up, and you will see the breakdown of drugs when it comes to white and black people. And now that Hispanics are pretty much what 60 million. I mean, 4 million Hispanics rolled into town in 1 year. When it was, when Joe Biden pretty much opened the borders, but before he opened the borders, it's only 1 million. 4 million came in 1 year. So, 60 million strong, and, they're going to get a lot stronger. So their statistics are going through the roof also. Going through the roof. So, their numbers are comparable to our numbers because they live in the same neighborhoods as we do. So when you look at who's going to jail for what, for gun violence, for, assault and things along that, you're going to see that there's a lot of Hispanic people, boom, are going to jail for these things. Why? Because we all live in the same neighborhood. We're all struggling in the same, and we're fighting with and against each other. So that is a thing. And they're going to jail for, these same charges. Now, here's the thing. You have a bunch of organized crime groups that are the so-called bad people who's selling marijuana. And if New York right now, New York is it's legalized. It's legalized to sell to me a particular type of marijuana, but you still have the black market of it. What's going to happen when the black market people come out of the woods? I understand this. You have your legal dispensaries of whatever is in there, whatever is THC laced items. You can walk in the store, boom. Look how this is going to go. You walk in the store, I don't know how much it costs because I don't indulge, but let's say $5 for, a nickel bag. That's what a nickel bag was actually classified for. $5. $5, 5 pennies, a nickel bag. A dime bag, $10, 10 pennies. Boom. That's how it's classified. So let's say you want the nickel bag. You go in there, boom, I want a nickel bag. Boom, you get your nickel bag. Boom. It's legal, right? Nobody can say anything to you. However, the bad guys look at this and they go, that's my product. If it's the same product on a sliding scale, they're going to look at that and guess what you just became? The competitor. How do you think that's going to turn out for the people behind the counter? How do you think it's going to turn out? We watch New Jack City. We watch Carlito's Way. We know what El Capone was about. What do you think is going to happen to the competitor? Once they get big enough and they hit every corner and they're doing it legally, they're thinking, I don't need this on. You know what they're thinking? They're thinking, I'm legal. The cops will leave me alone. I'm good. Everybody can buy my stuff. I can walk down the street unarmed. I don't need to be protected. You are wrong. You are now the competitor. And the competitor is going to come see you. What happens now? Because that's what's going to happen. If it's the same weed and it's on a sliding scale, there is no way that they're going to allow you to cut into their market. They're going to cut out the middleman. They're going to cut you out. There is going to be violence at these places. 100% violent, and they're going to be taken over. And Margaret and, and little, goofy dude graduated from whatever college. These beach bums that are in there making really good money and got these dispensaries all over town. These little nerd ballers who thinks just because the police will leave them alone, they're good. You are absolutely wrong. This is what happens when you step into something that was criminalized. You think I'm lying? Let's look at racing. Let's look at racing. Let's look at gambling. Let's look at basketball. Let's look at football. Take a good look at basketball. Take a good look at football. Because these games have always been betted on. And they've been betted on in the black market. The criminal element has always had their hands in sports. Always. This is why Broadway Joe was seen eating dinner with bookies. They were like, why is Joe Theismann, why is Broadway Joe from the Jets eating dinner with the bookies? Something's not right here. Why is the referee, Tim Donaway, whatever his last name is, why is he not a referee anymore? And he was reffing for the NBA. Why is he out here giving news excerpts and YouTube excerpts saying the game is rigged? Why? Why did he do that? Because it's true. And now what did they do? They know that everybody knows it, so they said, "Come up out the black market, come up out of there, and we're going to go ahead and allow you guys to bet on the game." This is why Patrick Mahomes, ran backwards during, the game that they lost. It made no sense for Kansas City to lose. It made absolutely no sense for Kansas City to lose that Super Bowl. He ran backwards. This is why Cam Newton, who could have broke the record, his team could have broke the record, which is held by Miami. Before they had longer games, they have the most wins. They're the only teams that have the most wins. They didn't lose during that year. Miami Dolphins is the only one that has that record. Cam Newton and his squad, the Panthers, they went 17-1. They lost the Super Bowl. There's no way they could have lost that Super Bowl. No damn way. But what happened? Cam Newton didn't want to fall on the ball, and he said, if I would have fell, he could have hurt his knees. This is absolutely wrong. He knew what the deal was. He knew his life was on the line. He knew if he didn't allow them to win, it was over. It was over for him. It's unfortunate that you can't carry a concealed weapon when around weed, even if it's legal weed. Now, see, I didn't even know that. I'm telling you, there's going to be a big problem with this. There's going to be a big problem. Like I said, listen, Coke was in our drinks, and Coca-Cola was in our candy. I mean, it's in our medicine. Why do you think Perk 30s is a big deal? Why do you think it's a big deal? And listen, the stuff that's in Perk 30s, they used to hand that out. Morphine and stuff like that used to be handed out. I was in the military. Trust me, morphine is a big deal. It is a big deal. Let me tell you something. When it comes to the military, the military is always looking for a way to make their soldier better than the next soldier. And anything you do that is a standout, they recognize you and they pull you out from the crowd and they watch you. This is what happened to me. I didn't know what was going on because I was 19. But when you do something and they go, look at this guy, they make everybody else know that you're being watched. This is how they did it to me. I'm going to shorten this up too. I was in Germany. I was in the army. I was in Germany. And when I was in Germany, you guys know I like to run. So I was a big exercise dude when it came to running. So, I loved it. I had really good PT scores, especially when it comes to running. I could run the 2 mile in 11 minutes. That I was nowhere near the fastest guy. And I was the fastest guy in our barracks, but I wasn't the fastest guy in our unit. We had some real fast guys in our units, but they were married, so they lived off campus. But on campus, I ran all the time. Nobody had to tell me to do it. I ran in the rain when it's cold out. I just ran because that's how, I centered myself. Nonetheless, when they had this race called the Hash House Race, it's basically a distance race that everybody is invited to come out and join, but the big guys come out. The lieutenant colonels, the captains, the first lieutenant, the second lieutenant, the full bird comes out. This is over your concern, which is over your base. And then the 2-star general comes out. These guys come out, chop it up with each other, and they go, but they don't try to win the race. They leave that to the younger guys. And they just enjoy it. And they're all out there eating cheese. Basically, they're, trying to get close to, the big guys who are running the spot. But what the big guys are doing is they're watching you. Now, I won 4 Hash House races in a row. I just kept winning them, And so finally, another one was coming up. Now, I was a cook. So I had to be at work at like 6 in the morning. And that was the hardest time in the morning. We had, thousands of people to feed. We needed everybody hands on deck. My E7 walks in. My E7 walks in the day before, because I was working night shift the day before, and he says, "Pal, you're going to be at the hash house race tomorrow morning." Everybody on my shift heard that, and nobody was happy. And that's it. You're going to be at the hash house race tomorrow morning. That's it. Guess how many people in there ran the hash house race? None of them. None of them. There was not one cook that ran the hash house race other than me. And I think Jimmy ran it once. I don't even think he ran it once. Nobody else did it, but I constantly did it. And I did it on my free will. But they noticed I kept winning. And when they noticed me, they wanted to see me do it again. Why? Because the military, even if it's the slightest thing, they want to see who's fast. They want to see who's strong, who's smart, and how can we use this to our benefit. Not only that, my captain, we got one captain left, another captain came in. My captain heard about it. He was like, "I want you to come out and run this race with me." Never met the dude, but he heard about me running these races. He was like, "I want you to come out and run this race." You know what he wanted? He wanted to run against me because he was a runner. And I beat him. How do you think that sat with him? He was like, "Cool," because this is what they want. Now, I'm saying that to say this. Any advantage that the military can get, boom, they'll take it. And I mean any advantage. I don't care if you're bipolar in a good way. I don't care if you have one arm that is extremely strong and the other one isn't, and it's natural. They're going to use it. They'll do anything to use anything for their advantage. That's just how they are. Now, when it comes to, I almost lost my train of thought explaining that to you guys, but when it comes to these drugs, this Percocets and all this stuff that's on the street, when it comes to marijuana and all this stuff that's on the street, listen, none of that stuff is not going unnoticed. They know who's using it. They know how they're using it. They know the direct effect of using it. There's no mistake that something becomes legal and then illegal and then legal again. There's no mistake about that. And I'm telling you, if you guys are smoking weed, even though it's harmless, but it makes you hungry, if you haven't been noticing, there's been a lot of debate over that lately. There's been a lot of it. And that debate went into legalizing it. Because they're saying it's harmless, it's a plant, and it's this, and it's that, and the other, but it makes you hungry. But nonetheless, people are still going to arrest it for it. But I think the whole thing is a trap. I think it's going to turn right back on its head. Because, like I said, Coke was legal at one time, then it became illegal, right? It became illegal. And when it became illegal, what happened to it? Everybody went after it. Everybody wanted it. There are whole nations. Listen, our nation, this nation, right? This nation had we had a deficit back when it's not Ford, Tricky Dick. When Tricky Dick was in his short stint of being president. And you know how we got out of that deficit? Drugs. You know where we got it from? The cartel. They bailed us out. It's true. Back in the 80s, they bailed us out. Listen, don't go near any of this stuff because it's going to flip on its head when this whole thing opens up. It's going to get ugly because now You are going to be you're going to be looking at the protected people, the people with college degrees, the people with who don't have any felonies, the people who barely get a ticket. You're going to be looking at the regular degulars. They're going to fall headlong into this. They're going to fall headlong into this whole weed thing. But there's going to be a wave of criminal element that's going to hit them so hard. It's going to, and when it does, it's going to force the government to do something. This is the same thing that happened with Paradise Lost in Miami back in the 80s. Look it up. Paradise Lost was a big deal because it was cocaine that was, they were shipping it in, right? And everything was cool as long as crack cocaine was affecting black people. But as soon as it hit Miami and it hit the high life and, you know, all the, dancers and singers and movers and shakers and movie stars, and those guys got a hold of it. When they got a hold of it, people started dying. Famous people started dying. Famous people started coming up missing. Why? Because the criminal element swept right in and started taking advantage of their, unknowingness, their ignorance. It was like, you guys have no idea what this is. And they didn't. Then you have people who were high off of this or hallucinating off of that, and they became influencers in one way or another. You had Charles Manson influencing, his people. Do you think he did that without drugs? I'm pretty sure there was drugs involved in there somewhere. There was drugs in there somewhere. And you know what they do with Charles now? They use Charles Manson now. They use his information. They talk to him constantly. They're enamored by Charles Manson and his ability to have people do stuff. But these cases are not singular cases, and it probably wouldn't happen without the use of some type of drugs. I'm telling you, stay away from it. Stay away from it 100%. You know what the number one drug is? Caffeine. You know what the Army uses more than anything? Caffeine. You want to make somebody mad in the military? Don't give them their coffee in the morning. And you're thinking it's just a cup of coffee. Absolutely not. Caffeine is not just a cup of coffee. When they say we do more before 9 o'clock than you do all day, that is an understatement. That's an understatement. We would roll out 3 something, 4 something in the morning with a couple deuce and a halves, couple Humvees, and cargo trucks. We would get to our site 6 in the morning. We would have that whole site set up and everybody fed, tents up, a GP small, medium, and large, and our KP, which is our kitchen tent, or KT, which is our kitchen tent. We would have all of those up and camouflaged before 9 o'clock hit. 9 o'clock hit, it felt like 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Do not deal with these drugs. The laws are going to change and it's all going to flip on its head. I'm sorry if I bored some of y'all, but I just seen too much and I know enough to stay away from them. I don't even drink coffee anymore. I would tell people, if you're going to drink coffee, drink non-caffeinated coffee. Because anything that can stimulate you will have you being observed. Anything. Some of you don't do much of anything. But I guarantee you there's something that you can do or you have done that has made one of these top organizations look at you. It's made them question you and made them have questions about you, made them have questions about your family. In the military, one time they made me reach muscle failure. It's a horrible experience. It's when your body can't move anymore. It's when your whole system, your it's when all your major muscles shut down, except your heart, and of course, and you can do nothing but lay there. And I could do nothing while they were yelling at me, get up, get up. And I was like, I can't move. Now I was the last one standing. So, this is after almost 200, jumping jacks. This is after, lifting a log, low crawling through rocks and water and the hoses, on you. This is after grabbing my A and B bag and running in the door and trying to run over the drill sergeant. I'm mad as fire because they put me in a place I didn't want to be. But they realize, yeah, what up? But they realized that I had endurance. Now, this whole thing was designed that you would reach muscle failure and run out of energy. And that's what we did. But like I said, it was the last one standing. The next morning, they give you a PT test. PT test is push ups, sit ups, and how fast can you run the 2 mile. I don't know how many push ups and sit ups I did, but when it came to running the 2 mile, I took off like a rabbit. And I beat everyone. I ran my first mile in 5 minutes, and I ran the next one in a little over 5 minutes. And the sergeant said, you were at total muscle failure yesterday, and you just ran the 2 mile in under 11 minutes. It was like 10:36, which is okay. But when you're looking at people who run it in college, they're running it in 9 minutes flat, eight something. They also don't have battle dress uniforms on either, but nonetheless, what I'm saying is he was interested in the time that I ran because he was interested in my recovery. You understand that? It's not just that you ran fast, it's your whole system recovered the next day and allowed you to. So, what does this tell them in the military? What question is this to them? Because trust me, I didn't last long after that because I just couldn't take it. I couldn't be there. And after that, I was out of the military. But nonetheless, they had this information. So what are they thinking? If the human body can reach muscle failure one day and then get up and run a 10-minute, 2 mile, what can we do with this information? How can we, use somebody like this in the field? They're always testing us. And listen, you're always being tested. I guarantee you that you guys are doing something at home. I guarantee you're doing something at home, and it doesn't have to be physical, that the military is capitalized on. I guarantee you. I guarantee you. Something, I don't care if listen, if you are in your house all day doing pretty much nothing, you're not productive at all, doing absolutely nothing, you're just laying around. That is a case study. Depending on how old you are, if you're 15, 20, 25, 35, it's all a case study. You're doing something that they're interested in. They're interested in your heart rate. How many footsteps have you taken? Your hemoglobin, your white blood cells, your red blood cells. They're in, and I'm gonna tell you something. If you're black, they're really interested in you. Why? Because of melanin. Melanin is used in electronics. And I've been through this before. Some of you heard this before. Melanin is used in the computers that you're staring at, your cell phone. It's also naturally gifted to dark skinned people. Yeah. So, regardless of what you're doing, you're being studied in some kind of way. But if you do something that is so extraordinary, then you better believe they're going to come see you. Now, they also know what amplifies what and how much amplifies what. They give their soldiers coffee on purpose. They know what it does. It's to pick you up, but nicotine doesn't let you down as hard as some other things. But they know nicotine gets you, up and going in the morning. It just does. They know this. Now, also, coffee keeps you warm on a cold. It keeps you warm on a cold night. It keeps you awake. But it's the alertness is really what they're after. The Army's slogan is "Stay alert, stay alive." No truer words ever been spoken. If you are alert, you have a better chance of living. Let me give you an example of this. That's not a military example. And I know you guys love my stories. Don't forget to hit the like button if you're enjoying yourself. But these stories that I tell you are not always my stories, even though I like to use myself as an example. But I'll use a current story that interested me. There's a white woman in her 40s, I guess. She decided she wanted to go skydiving, and she did. Jumped out the plane, and her parachute didn't open. She fell several hundred feet or whatever as the parachute did not deploy. She hit the ground. Her body was pretty much broken. And she would have died because, that's pretty much it for you. You know why she lived? She landed on a pile of red ants and they bit her constantly. The adrenaline from her being bitten kept her heart going and saved her life. True story. So stay alert, stay alive is not just, something that's to say. It is the truth. And the Army predicates itself on being alert, being very, very alert. So if you got somebody who's going into the military, going into the Army, you're going to hear the slogan, "Stay alert, stay alive," and it's going to stick with you for the rest of your life. And I mean the rest of your life. None of us can get around "Stay alert, stay alive." We're always doing this. You would think that we were all in combat. We have not all been in combat, but we've all been through simulated combat, and it changes you. Anyways, if you guys got any questions, hit me with a question or two. I am listening. Question. Did you say that The stars. Huh. All right. Yes, I said that the stars aren't real. Now, of course, anybody can, I should do this on another podcast, but I'm not. I'm going to do it right now because you asked me a question. It's a damn good question. But I'm going to tell you my theory. I'm going to tell you my theory. And no, you see what they want you to see. Okay. So I am going to do another live on this, but I'm going to talk about it now because you asked the question. Huh? Save it? Well, see, somebody else might want to know. You can wait. We'll talk briefly about it until somebody else has another question. So the stars are not real, the sun is not real, and the moon is not real. Now, when I say this, I'm telling you that what they're telling you is a complete lie. It is not. They are not what they're saying it is. They're saying the earth is 1,000,000 times smaller than the sun. Somewhere like that. They're saying that the earth spins like this at 66, 1,000 miles an hour or whatever. And this is what creates gravity. That's not true either. They're also saying that the earth is spinning like this. The sun is also spinning. And all 9 planets are all spinning like this. But instead of spinning in one place, we're actually moving up in a corkscrew. And the universe is also spinning like that. They also said the universe is expanding. They have all this information that they're telling you, but it's just not true. Now, how do I know it's not true? I know it's not true because they're telling you that they've been to the moon and they've never been to the moon. There's a few reasons why they haven't been to the moon. And if they haven't been to the moon, they have not been to Mars. So they're telling you that they have, spacecraft on Mars. They're telling you that there's a mountain on Mars that's, higher than Mount Everest. And, any mountain that we have, and the highest mountain that we have is not Mount Everest. It's actually in the ocean, the highest mountain that we have. So let's get that clear. But they always want to compare Mount Everest. But nonetheless, and the highest mountain on Mars is the Olympus Mons. However, none of this is true. Now, the sun is roughly 100 times wider than the sun. The sun is wider than the sun? I would love for you to explain that. Sheena? Are you a woman, Sheena? The sun is 100 times wider than the earth. Not a woman. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, so that's not true either. Now, here's the thing. We have, especially lately, seen a lot of crazy stuff in the sky. One of the craziest things we have seen is there's more than one sun in the sky. Now, if you haven't seen it, there's plenty of videos on it. 2, we know China has built a sun. We know this. 3, we know that they say the earth spins at 66 whatever million, and this is how they make gravity. That is not true. The earth is actually not spinning at all. It's not spinning at all. The earth is surrounded by a few elements that will not allow you to get to the moon. One of those elements is called the Van Allen belts. They're called the Van Allen belts because they were discovered by a scientist named Van Allen. And what Van Allen discovered is these radiation belts will not allow you to escape through them. You can't get through them. Also, we are surrounded by a firmament. This firmament is mentioned in the Bible, in the book of Genesis. And it's, I'm not going to, I don't know it verbatim, but you guys can look it up what the firmament is. Now, there are some people saying there isn't any firmament. Well, yes, there is, because we've tried to blow it up. We've actually tried to crack it a few times. We sent missiles up there to try to hit it, and we can't break it. Thank God. Now, you've seen rockets that go up into space, and they'll have a camera on the outside. That rocket will hit something and will stop spinning. I've seen that a few times. You cannot get out of the shell or the firmament that surrounds the planet. You can't break through it. You can't. We've never been to the moon because we can't go to the moon. There are astronauts who have gone into space and almost drowned. How's that possible? Because there's an ocean over your head. When God flooded the earth, the scriptures read that he opened up the fountains of the deep over your head and under your head. He opened up the fountains. Don't forget, it rained 40 days, but how much water was flooded and the type of water, that's another thing too, but we're not going to get into that. But, when the earth was flooded, and every single civilization has a story about the flood. How is this possible? Because it happened everywhere. And don't forget, when the flood happened, it had to cover over any large mountain. It had to be well over the mountain, at least 2 miles or so over the mountain. Why? Because there were giants that were that high. They could stand on a mountain and be okay. So imagine how much water rained and came down. Yeah. The fountains of the deep opened up and pushed the oceans up. We have example of that. You can look in Australia and look at the edge of the world and see how the water was, so high at one place, and then all of a sudden all the water is depleted, and all the fish and all the dinosaurs and all that were there, they suddenly died. They all died at once. It's a place where whales have their babies all the time. Go look at it. It's a place called the Edge of the World in Australia. There are more dinosaur bones, aquatic dinosaurs bones found in Australia than anywhere else. And they all died suddenly with food in their mouth. They didn't know what hit them. The earth does not move. Even the scripture says the earth doesn't move. What scientists are telling you is a lie. And they have to keep this lie up. Now, the truth is I don't know how big the sun is. But the sun is not sitting in the middle of space and giving off this radiant light where there is no oxygen. It would make no sense whatsoever. Makes no sense. Not whatsoever. They're also saying that Uranus is shrinking because of its core. This is a lie too. It's just not true. Pluto was one part of the 9 planets, and then it wasn't. They can't make up their mind. All this stuff they're saying about Hubble spacecraft and, how it's, out there in the distance and doing all this is all a lie. It's not true. The truth is you're surrounded by water. The Bible says you're surrounded by water, and it's very true. And he illustrated that you're surrounded by water. You cannot escape the dome that you live in. You can't escape it. There's no spaceship that can escape it. However, this is going to be a twist for you guys. Everything you see is dimensional, meaning in some dimension, everything you see is real. Bear with me. The scripture says there's nothing new under the sun. Don't forget to give me a like, you guys, so somebody else can see the video. The scripture says there's nothing new up under the sun. When we look at Egyptian hieroglyphs, we know that helicopters existed long before the Wright brothers knew how to fly. We know that airplanes existed long before the Wright brothers. They didn't discover a damn thing. Why? Because Egyptian hieroglyphics over 2,000, 3,000 years ago has these very things on their walls. Not only that, in India, you see all those statues and stuff in India that are on the side of the wall. And my God, the buildings in India are so fascinating because the buildings are mechanical. Some of those buildings actually were able to move. And a lot of the statues that are in India will show different things like guns. They show people having guns. They showed one guy who had a grenade. They show objects that it's unreal. There are so many civilizations that have statues that have watches. How do they have a full-on quartz? How do you have a Movado watch on 6,000 years ago? How's this possible you run around with a Timex? Somebody explain that to us. You even go back to the so-called oldest civilization, which they said is 6,000 years ago, the Sumerian civilization. They said it's the first. It is not the first civilization. But even in Sumer, when you look at, the stuff that they've left behind, we can't fathom how they did. How did they scoop rocks? They were scooping the rocks, scooping it and building. How did they do it? How did Easter Island become abandoned? And now they're finding out that the heads on Easter Island are all connected to a body. How these monoliths built? How and why? All the theories that they had, they're built for this, they're built for that, none of it's true. It's all a lie. How many Stonehenges are there? It's like 300 of them. Is there a pyramid on every continent? The answer is yes. But the ones that you hear about are always the Pyramid of Giza. And at first, what did they think the pyramids was? No, what did they say the pyramids were? They said they were the tombs of kings, even though there has been no king buried in any of them. Not one. The kings are all buried in the side of a mountain. It's called the Valley of the Kings. It's all a lie. Listen, I used to be a security guard in Atlanta at a museum. This is during the time when they so-called brought in Ramses II. There was this whole big whoop-de-doo. And that guy that you see on YouTube, that dude from Israel, or whatever his name is, the Middle Eastern dude, he showed up. It was a big deal, They had this so-called Egyptian laid out in glass. And I'm telling you, I looked at this dude and I'm like, this is not Ramses. That's not who this is. Listen, the Middle Easterners during the reign of Kemet, which is what it was really called, not Egypt, during their reign, invaded Kemet. But this is after Kemet was invaded by Europeans, the Dutch, and then the Romans. That's how Jerusalem was conquered. All of those places, Ethiopians, all of those places were all operated by dark-skinned, tall African people. So when I looked at that figure, I was just like, I don't know why, but I feel this is not right. Now, they didn't want me to say anything to anybody. And I got fired when a black woman asked me a question about the display. And I said, I can't answer any question. Then the guy who was, so-called my boss said, you're not supposed to say anything. I said, I didn't say anything. And a black woman said, I asked him a question. I got fired that night. Why? What are they trying to hide? I even asked that one guy who was on YouTube. I asked him a question. I forgot what I asked him, but he ain't want to answer. And then they found out that he was a fraud. Do you know where they found those artifacts? They found them in Niagara Falls. A museum in Niagara Falls had these bodies, the bodies of the pharaoh in it. And the museum was already shut down. It was already broken down. Was nobody there. It was shut down completely. They went into an abandoned museum and found all of these, expensive. And they said the reason. And listen, and they said this is how we knew this was Ramses. Listen to this nonsense. The Egyptians, when they mummified your body and took all your organs out, one thing that they put into your body was resin. And they put it in your brain. They pulled your brain out through your nose and they put resin in your head. They did, when they found these bodies, they found the guy laying like this. And then they did, a scan of him and said that there was resin in his brain. So this guy must be somebody who's important. And then they dubbed him Ramses II. It was all a lie. It was just to get people to come to the museum and see someone who probably wasn't of that much importance at all. It was all a lie. Do you know that this is too much what? It's too much feed? Hey, when you ask me a question, you know that I'm going to dive deep. That's why you come to my channel. That's why you spend copious amounts of time hanging out with me, because of all the useless information that I have and the life that I lived. But you could look up anything I'm saying. Look up resin. Look up Ramses II. He was the one who, him and Pharaoh, him and Moses got into it. And I love how they depict how they went through all these channels to make it seem like Moses and all these people were as white as snow, when there was no white person living in that region and having a great day. Like, yeah, we're just gonna live out here. But no, they had to cover themselves. Do you think that skin cancer just came out of nowhere in the 1800s? No, it's always been a thing. Always. Skin cancer is always a thing. Melanoma has always been a thing. You know how you get it? From the sun. Staying out in the sun too long. You know the people who usually get it? Caucasians. So please educate me on how Caucasians are Egyptians. or even Middle Easterners. How did you become the tall, dark-skinned people of Punt? You, you people who are so-called Egyptians right now. You're Middle Easterns, but you were the people who made Timbuktu. you guys did that? Or the people who are the so-called Jews now, the Jewish people. You people are the people who are from Jerusalem. You people. You people are Russian as Kazians. That's where you're from Russia. But you're sitting, but you're having look at these ridiculous wars in Jerusalem over the Gaza Strip, which is no bigger than, I don't even think it's a mile. You have two warring factions in the Gaza Strip claiming to be somebody that they're not. Even the Bible shows you that these people are not who they say they are. We know when the Jews return to Jerusalem, Jesus will come back. The Jews, the Middle Eastern Jews, have already marched into Jerusalem. Jesus has not come back. The Jewish, we know that they don't even believe in Jesus. And the Jews that are there, they only believe that he is, they don't believe he's the savior. They just believe he's another prophet. They don't believe he died and then came back to life. They do not believe that. And the Jewish, the white Jewish, they believe Jesus died and he's still in hell. So how so this what gets me. What Jesus are you people waiting for? Who are you waiting to come down from the sky? Because he's not going to be happy with you. You don't believe he's God. Neither one of those groups believe that Jesus is God. They don't believe that Jesus is Lord. None of them. They are there for the money and for people to say that these are the blessed people of God. These are the children of God. This is the house of Israel. That's why they're there. None of it is true. None of it. These are the same people lying to you about the solar system. None of it's true. You notice how they don't tell you to look into the Bible when you want to learn about the solar system? They don't tell you. They don't. They take the Bible completely out of everything. They take God out of everything. But when you really want to know something, you go to God to find out about it. That's something that they made up. Shoot, I can't. Okay, let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say this about the stars. Let me say this about the stars. Let me say this about the stars. Okay, so when we're looking at the stars, we are looking at, according to what you learned in school, the stars. Let's take the Van Allen belt, not the Van Allen belt. Let's take the you can take the North Star, one of the brightest stars, or Orion's belt, which are 3 stars. I'm picking these stars because they're very prominent all the time. You can see them twinkling, which is your question. These stars, according to science, have already died. What you're seeing is the remnants of these stars and the light that is being shined from the stars after they died so many millions of years ago, which would make these stars several light years away from us. That is not true. That is nowhere near the truth. That is completely a lie. You cannot see anything flashing that has died light years ago and the light is now hitting us. That is a lie. It's 100% a lie. Why? Because where they're saying these stars came from and where they're at does not exist. You cannot get past the firmament that surrounds this planet. Therefore, what you see in the sky, the way they define it, is not true. If they said that those stars are 5 miles from the ground, 5 miles up, excuse me, not 5 miles, 20 miles up, I would buy that more than I would buy the BS they've been selling us in school. It is just not true. So I am not sure what you're seeing. I'm not sure what we are seeing. But we do have meteorites that fall to the ground. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about meteorites. Here's the thing about satellites in the sky. We have over 300 satellites in the sky. These satellites they have different definitions. Some of these satellites are what we made. We have our telecommunication. We're using satellites, right? Then we have things that got lost up there, satellites. And then you have rocks that are up there, floating around at hundreds and hundreds of miles an hour. Satellites, over 300, all over the place. And every now and then a rock falls to the ground. Rock about this big. Boom, satellite, right? Satellite. Educate me. Why hasn't anything bigger fallen to the ground? I'm talking about something that will make a real splash. Now you get this story. This what gets me. This is what gets me. You have two different dinosaur ages, the Jurassic and the Jurassic age. Each one of those ages ended by a planet ending event. The planet still stayed, but everything on the planet died, right? Except that which was in the deep blue sea. But any land animal was wiped out completely, correct? Here's a problem with that. If you look at any progenitor of any creature, that progenitor looks like that creature in some kind of way. So if you go back to the Jurassic and the Jurassic age, you take the oldest one and you look at the animals that existed, those animals were completely wiped out. Then how did the next generation of animals look anything like them? How's that possible? Look, there are some species that are asexual, meaning they don't need a mate. One of them is a scorpion. This scorpion is so fascinating that it literally replicates itself. Its children are literally the same as the mother. It replicates itself. And every single scorpion of that family has come from one. Replicates itself. You have other creatures that are asexuals, like the earthworm. Asexual does not need any help from a male or female. It can just produce. So you have that. What about birds? Does anybody know what a velociraptor is? You know what the name velociraptor stems from? It means fast eater. But for those of you who don't know what it is, you've seen Jurassic Park. And one of their main enemies is those little creatures that run at 60 miles an hour. There were several species of this creature in both ages. Not only that, they are related to birds that are running around now. How's it possible to be totally wiped out and then all of a sudden your DNA pops up again millions of years later? You know, during the Bible time, the dinosaurs were still running around. Here's something that's even crazier. In Africa, I forgot what they call it, Yo Beckley Tempe, or no, not that. It's the forgot what they call this thing. But they believe that a brontosaurus is running around in the water. Can anybody tell me what the Loch Ness monster looks like? Nobody? I can. I can tell you. I can tell you what they think it is. They think it's a plesiosaurus. This is a dinosaur from the Jurassic Age. And there were two types. One of them had a head of 3 feet, the other one had a head of 6 feet. This was a large creature with 4 fins, stayed in the water, had a long neck. Why would they think that there's a plesiosaur swimming around in the loch? I'm just saying the stories and the math to me is not mathing. It just isn't. Now you guys can be free to think as you like. You know, doesn't matter. But when I look at things and try to look at it in a logical way, in the simplest way, as I look at most things, I try to look at the matter of it all. That's what's important to me. What is the matter? What's it made of? How does it function? Where did it come from? How long will it stay this way? Will it develop into something else? When will that happen? What are the chronologics of its development? What elements does it need to develop into what? It's the matter that's important. When I look at a crocodilius, when I look at an alligator, I see something that's been around for millions of years. It is perfect. Has not one flaw to it. You can't tell me that a crocodile is not a dinosaur. When you look at what dinosaurs looked like, that is a damn dinosaur. Do you know the largest one doesn't even swim in rivers? The largest one swims in the sea. And it's alive. It's 23 feet. Doesn't even want to come inland. It is that damn big. It's huge. Stays out in deep waters. And the development of the crocodile and the Cayman crocodile and the there's another crocodile, damn, I forgot its name, but it's the one that won't attack you. uh it's the one with the long nose and the sharp teeth. Forgot what it is. One of you nerds know. When you look at these crocodiles and what they do, and the simplicity of their life. The simplicity allows them to live and just keep living. As a matter of fact, not only them, but other reptiles like snakes, in particular, uh, boa constrictors and those families. I don't know what the scientific name for those families are, but these indigenous species to Burma, the Burmese pythons, and these large snakes that we bring over here, and now they're all over Florida. Um, these particular snakes, they are the top of the food chain. The problem with it is they're not from here. So what have they done? They've eaten everything. So now it's open season on them. In certain places, you can kill them at any time, and in certain places, you can't kill them at all. But the fact that these things can grow 27, 28, 30 feet, 30 feet, they can swallow a human. They usually don't attack us, but they have attacked us. Just imagine a 30-foot squirrel or something. I think. I hope. Hold on. Animals, I think. Anyway, so these things can get up to 30 feet, but my point is grab the strap. Nah, hopefully I won't need any of that. But my point is these snakes, they eat anything, including crocodiles. And these pythons don't stop growing. Now, boa constrictor is the largest snake on the planet. We know at one time there was something called a tantaboa. Explain to me if a large rock came down and hit somewhere in one of these oceans and caused these tidal waves, how is it that a non-seafaring creature, how did its DNA survive that blast? Boa constrictor, tantaboa. A tantaboa was 60 feet. There's just not too many things that were stronger than this thing, especially a healthy male or even a healthy female, which females usually get, bigger. This thing can swim in the water and on land, but underwater, it ain't staying up under there too long. How is it that the ocean swelled so much that there were waves 200 feet in the air? Waves, not one, waves, tidal waves. We have evidence of this. Moving the continent, these waves were huge and violent. How did the Tanaboa survive that? How did the DNA of a velociraptor survive that? This is something that doesn't go in the water at all. There were, I think, 4 or 5 different kinds of velociraptor. One of them could hit 60 miles an hour. It roamed the beaches ridiculously fast. How is it that the DNA of some of these birds come from velociraptors? Because a velociraptor was not a lizard, it was a bird. How? I mean, if somebody can answer that, professor or something, I would love to hear it. Where were their eggs? Were these are they asexual? And even so, how? Where did they hide at? And then there was the flood of Noah. In the story of Utnapishtim. Look it up, nerds. Look up Utnapishtim. Even with the calamity of the giants, it'd be hard to survive all the things that were going on. But you know what? Let me tell you something. The flood is very interesting, not only because the waters rose to a ridiculous amount where nobody was going to survive, but also the type of water it was. The type of water is what really got me curious because there are mountains that look like people. There are whole islands that look like a body. One island looks like a woman just laid down. Now, we know the stories of the Greek gods and so on and so forth. We are finding out that the Greek gods were not white people. They were made up by people who lived in sub-Sahara, Africans. We also know the story of Zeus and Hermes and, all these people, including Poseidon. We know that some of these stories have some truth to them. Why? Because we've seen footprints that are on the bottom of the ocean and the stride is 10 miles wide. We also know there are objects under the ocean right now that are moving, large objects. There's a bunch of things in the ocean that are unexplanatory, and the majority of the pyramids are under the ocean. Do you know that there is a pyramid in the Grand Canyon? If you looked at the hieroglyphics on the pyramid in the Grand Canyon, all of them are dark-skinned people. The world was a lot more aggressive back then. And when the water came, it did more than drown these giants. It petrified them. There is a rock that looks like a snake. Yeah, it petrified the Titans. See, a lot of stuff that we look at the story of Zeus and all that and the Titans, we think it's all fake. No, it's all real. Those creatures existed. There is nothing new under the sun. I'm going to tell you something else that's going to blow your mind, especially you. And you know who I'm talking to. Everything that you ever thought of, everything that you ever seen, regardless of how ridiculous it is, exists. Everything. Every movie, everything. We know mermaids are real. We know that there are divers in Africa who went to go and clear a dam. They went down there, they saw mermaids. They call them mermen in the water, and these mermen, these beings, were stopping these Africans from doing their job. And they came up out the water and they said, we're never going back down there again. So what did the boss do? He went and got some white guys because he was thinking his men didn't want to work. You're just being lazy. I will go and get the white man. You know what happened? Those white guys suited up, went down there, and came out with the same story and said, we're never going down there again. One dam was so clogged up they couldn't figure out why. You know what was going on? There were catfish down there that was able to swallow people. We never seen catfish like that before. They were hiding at the dam. The catfish were so damn big it could swallow them. It's like, we're not doing this. Dams are very interesting. Very, very interesting, because some dams, some creatures don't want dams to be built. Other creatures want dams to be built. You understand, when you build a dam, you're cutting somebody off somewhere. Somebody's going to be upset. These mermen were upset. They were attacking the African villagers in the water. Look it up. Why is there a pyramid? Listen, why are we not allowed to go and see the pyramids here in America? Why can't we? Why can't we go see the pyramids? We're not allowed to. We're not allowed to go to the Grand Canyon to see the pyramids. We're not allowed to. Somebody look up the island that looks like a pachyderm. Looks like an elephant. It looks just like an elephant. It's huge. It looks just like a freaking elephant. It's unreal. It's like, this had to be a damn elephant. Look up the one that looks like a snake. It has scales and everything on it. You can see the snake's head, its mouth, its scale. This rock, look, this thing wasn't a Tantaboa. This thing wasn't 60 feet. This joker was probably more like 160 feet. This thing is colossal. Colossal. Now, I'm also going to say this. The Bible said the giants were in the days of Noah and after. Now, there's a real mystery. Because if the Nephilim were in the days of Noah, then they got wiped out. How did they pop up again? Now, this could be the answer to the DNA question that I had, but I don't know what it is. I can only speculate. But here's the thing. I have a lot of weird theories when it comes to animals. But here's the thing. When it comes to before and after the flood, for one, we know giants are real. Let's not even act like they're not real. The Smithsonian knows they're real, and they've been hiding them from us. We know giants are real. There are whole races of them. We've seen redhead giants that range from 8 to 9 feet. And if you go in Iraq, you've seen one that's 30 feet. There's one guy who saw one here and he suddenly disappeared. No, he was in Canada and he disappeared. They took him off the planet. And this thing was standing up on a mountain and this guy saw it. He was like, that is a person standing on the mountain. And he has to be huge because of the range. And he was like, this person standing on the mountain. And the mountain, he's standing there. And I'm driving on the highway and I am way far from this guy and I can see him walking. Had to be huge. Have anybody ever seen the movie The Trolls? I think it's on Netflix. It's a very interesting story, The Trolls. Yeah, you've seen that, haven't you? Look at the movie The Trolls. It's in another language, but they're speaking English. It's dubbed. Just watch it. Just watch the story of the Trolls. If you don't want to watch it, I'll tell you about it. But if you're going to watch it, I won't tell you about it. It's called Troll. It's not Trolls. It's Troll. So you guys are going to watch it, let me know. But if you're not going to watch it, I will sit here and explain the premise of the movie to you. Yeah. Very interesting movie. Very, very, very interesting movie. At any rate, look at that movie. Even if you just got to skip through it, but I don't suggest you do that. So interesting. But there are a lot of movies. Okay. Movie Troll kind of reminds me of Jack and the Beanstalk. But basically, you have, a scientist, female, very good at, whatever she does. I think a seismologist or something. She's called in because an event happened where something exploded. They're trying to figure out why this exploded or whatever. There's also been movement in rocks, and they're trying to figure out why. She gets wind of this fairy tale, pretty much. And of course, everybody laughs it off. But being that she's a scientist, she's like, let me science it up. Let's see what's going on here. They go to this cave where these events are happening. They go to this cave. And they are looking around, trying to figure out what has been moving, this, that, and the third. Well, they found out it was an 80-foot plus mountain. This thing was huge. Stood up, they could not believe it. Anyways, they angered this troll, okay, to the point where it wanted to march into the city. And they thought, like we always do, we're afraid of what we don't understand. It started to march into the city, but they were like, why? And it's by itself. So, of course, they call the military and are trying to kill it. And they find out that they can't kill this thing. And it's defending itself. I mean, it's tossing around tanks and eating people like it's nothing. And it's headed to this one area, and they're trying to find out. And finally, of course, somebody with secrets goes, listen, I know exactly what's going on. And of course, it's some old codger who, has been hiding the secrets from humanity, him and his crew. And what happened was this troll got woken up because it wanted revenge. And it wanted revenge on the white people that killed its family. And when the guy said, I know what's going on, he took them to an area and he showed them the remains of this troll's wife and children. Huge skulls laid out and, just picked dry. And this troll was after them. What is interesting, because at one time it was, they were following it, or they were trying to follow it. And it had laid down and turned itself back into a mountain. And while they were sitting there talking about it, and because they're like, it disappeared, we don't know where it went. What little did they know is they were pretty much sitting on it. And then, it kind of opened its eyes and looked at them and, stood up, and they were like, oh, but it didn't attack them. It wasn't the monster they thought it was. It was just pissed off because you killed its family. So it wanted revenge. And eventually it went on about its way somewhere. But no, nonetheless, these trolls are in Norway. Now, if you go to Norway, you hear plenty of stories talking about these trolls. They talk about them and talk about them. There's statues of them everywhere. There's little troll, there's big trolls, there's huge trolls, and we're going, where did this stuff come from? We think it's a fantasy land because they're all cute and cuddly. No, no. These things existed at one time. And they still do. Now, when I said everything that you could think of exists, I'm talking about universally. The movie Aliens. We see that movie, we're just like, woo, we're glad we don't have those things here. Actually, we do. There are creatures who look just like that alien. Not only that, there are creatures who have the amenities that the alien has. It's just that they're not that big. There are creatures who can do what that alien can do. Do you think these are dominant creatures in the water? Look, when we're in the water, we swim 2 miles an hour. The fastest swimming creature is a marlin. For you nerds who don't know, it's a swordfish. It swims 70 miles an hour. We are lowest on a food chain once we jump into the water. So, not only are they dominant creatures, but all the creatures around us are dominant to us because we can't breathe the water. You get a group of hungry red bellies and you're in trouble. Those are piranhas. Or an eel, or other things that could attack us but won't. There are worms in the ocean that are 13, 14 feet long. There are man-o-wars that are 30 meters long. Floating man-o-wars, huge, 30 meters, huge. We're no competition for them. No creatures that are inactive, that are asleep. Do you think they are dormant? Do I think they're dormant? Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. No, I don't think that these creatures are dormant. Look, the Bible talks about a creature that's so big that nothing can. If you disturb it, you'll regret it. Some people have said that creature is the devil itself. I don't believe that. Nonetheless, we know it's not a sperm whale. We know it's not a blue whale. We know it's not an Architeuthis, which is a giant squid. They can get 70 feet. We know that's not what they're talking about. Whatever this creature is, it's called the Leviathan. This thing is a monstrosity. Now, here's the thing about the Leviathan. We don't have too many people who said, I've seen a Leviathan. We don't have no pictures of the Leviathan other than what's in our imagination. But the funny thing about the imagination is anything you imagine is probably real. It's probably real. Now, how is this? A lot of things that we imagine come from stories. Those stories come from somewhere. Why would the Leviathan be mentioned in the Bible? Why? Why would this create? If they said it, listen to this. Listen. If the Leviathan is mentioned in the Bible, when the Leviathan is mentioned in the Bible, it is mentioned separate from other creatures. It can do what no other creature can do. We know it's not a whale. We know it's not an octopi. We know this. Jonah got lost in the whale for 3 days. It says whale. What is the Leviathan? We know what a whale is. What is the Leviathan? Are there a family of them? Where do they come from? How big is it? What is its strength? How aware is it of us? I think it's very aware of us. Because back in those days, they saw it. Now, nowadays, we've never seen a Leviathan, but we've heard about it. We have depictions of it in our head. We make movies about it. The most famous one, the Kraken. The Kraken is the most famous depiction of the Leviathan. And some people even gave it a name other than the Kraken. Cthulhu. Cthulhu is a ocean-faring god. It's not a god, though, but according to comic books and lore. I mean, drink that in. If you look up what Cthulhu looks like, look him up. Cthulhu looks like the Kraken. If you look up what the Leviathan looks like, it's going to look like Cthulhu, which looks like the Kraken. You've seen the movie The Deep, that is Cthulhu. If you've seen the latest series called The Mandalorian, what they see at the bottom in that water, that looks like Cthulhu. Even Batman, the latest animation of Batman came out. The enemy was a squid creature coming from another dimension. Cthulhu. In the movie The Deep, this thing came from underwater from another dimension, Cthulhu. In other words, the Leviathan. Do I think they're dormant? No. I don't think they're dormant at all. I don't think any of these creatures are dormant. I think they're active. Society is ran on, well, keeping society running is predicated upon how much we know and what we don't know. If we all knew the truth, we probably wouldn't go to work. We would not produce. Looks like zero. I don't know if anybody else is here, but yeah. I got to move all this stuff out the way just so they can get to that window. So I think I'm going to take this. You don't work here. So I'm going to take this. Move it back here. I don't know how I'm going to do this. I have to do it in the morning. Are they going to be here early in the morning? It's going to be interesting. What up, crypto? You're stuck on. Look, there's no problem with being stuck on any of that. I'm hungry. It's not a star, baby. It's not a star. It's not a star. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but when you look up in the sky and you see things blinking, it is not a star. Yeah, I know. Because you're thinking with your feelings, not with logic. Not being logical. You're being illogical. There are no stars in the sky. What you see is not what they say it is. Is there something twinkling? Yeah. Doesn't mean it's not man-made. There are no stars in the sky. None. There's not one. Saturn, not real. The storms of Saturn, Jupiter, none of that's real. None of it. It's not what they say it is. It's not out there so many thousands of miles and millions of miles. It's not true. We can't go to the moon. We can't go to Mars. The Hubble spacecraft never went to Mars. It didn't slingshot past Mars. It's not on its way to the sun. None of that. The stuff that Elon Musk is telling you about going to outer space. Listen. Like Elon Musk is a real piece of work. Nah, I like the Musk a little bit. I like his gumption. I like his honesty when it comes to some things. But Elon Musk is playing the game because he has to. Him, Richard Branson, the dude who owns, that's next door. The dude who owns Amazon, all these tycoons that are racing towards the stars, putting rockets in space. They want to commercialize space. That ain't happening. Ain't happening. You know what they're commercializing? Subspace. They're commercializing. All right, so they're not commercializing space itself. That's not what they're doing. If you look at the rockets and stuff that they're building, they're only going so far up and then they're returning back to the planet. When they sent that car went up and went right to where there's no oxygen, and then boom, it came right back down. That's what they're commercializing. They're not commercializing deep space. They're not doing that because they can't. You didn't see any of those guys go past a satellite. Space is full of them. You didn't see not one. Not one of these airplanes that these guys flew up there, not one of these rockets have you seen any of them go past a satellite? They're not selling you deep space. Look, the ceiling for pilots, for commercial pilots, is 5,000 feet. Excuse me, 5 miles up. Not 5,000 feet. 5 miles. 5 miles up. That's the ceiling. It's 30,000 feet. This is where they cruise. Why? Because it's right above the clouds. Usually, when plane accidents happen, it's anywhere below that. It's usually not up in that area above the clouds. 30,000 feet is where they hang out at. When you go above that, a regular commercial airplane can't, because why? The air is too thin. It's why helicopters can only go up so high. The air gets thinner, so they can't sustain propulsion. So you need something else to help you sustain propulsion. If you're going to fly around that area, you need to go, for one, you need to go faster and you need more force until you break out of gravity's pull, correct? When you break out of gravity's pull, you're floating. You're floating. Also, in that part of space right before you get off into the darkness, you have, there's all kind of elements, but yeah, the ozone layer, but you also have a thin layer of oxygen. This oxygen can be utilized. This is where the next wars are going. And the weapons that they're choosing are jets. Now, the highest flying jet, combat jet, doesn't belong to America, it belongs to Russia. It's the highest flying combat jet. But remember, if you're going to go that high and fly, you're going to need to fly fast. So you're not going to do Mach 2, and just be okay. You're going to have to Mach 2 and Mach 3, you're going to have to, really move it if you're going to go up there and stay up there because the air is thinner. So you need more force. Because they know this, they have developed a vehicle called a scramjet. A scramjet is still a jet, but it doesn't have any missiles on it. It's the way it fights is with laser beams. Scramjet also needs help taking off, so something to be attached to it. It'll get it to altitude, then it'll take off. We've seen this done over and over again. One of the reasons why is because scramjet technology uses oxygen as fuel. It allows the jet to propel itself to Mach 12. One of the fastest missile, I think the fastest missile, comes from Russia. It's the fastest nuclear missile. If they ever fire it, we're not going to be able to knock it down. And it releases more than one nuclear payload. It is, I think it's called the Satan missile. It is a real doozy, and everybody's having a bad day if Russia lets that go. Because we cannot knock it down. We just can't. This thing flies in that arena. And then it descends. So it hits that stratosphere, moving at super speed. Then it comes down, drops its payload. Scramjet technology is supposed to be able to stop a missile like that. For one, it's flying faster than it, so it can catch up to it. For two, it's flying as high as it does. One of the biggest reasons why the USA has been able to spy on other people is because we have the SR-71. We have two of them. One belongs to the Air Force and the other one belongs to the CIA. The CIA are spies. So if they want to know what somebody is doing, what do? They send up 2 pilots in an SR-71, better known as the Blackbird. That Blackbird accelerates to a speed that missiles can't even knock it down. Jet is ridiculous. Actually, the jet engine actually expands and it leaks fluid while it's flying. It is an amazing feat of technology. We are completely out of our goddamn minds. We're completely out of our minds. But because the Ruskies knew that we had an airplane that can go that fast, a spy plane, they wanted to be able to catch up to it and try to knock it down. And this is when they made a MiG-29. It is the highest flying combat airplane. But still, no Blackbird has ever been knocked out of the sky. Now they have a chance to, but none of them ever has. One almost did. It got fired on. Never has. One has actually been tailed by it wasn't a Typhoon. That was a France. It was, it was a Russian Su. Got tailed by a Russian Su, but the Ruskies let it go. Now, they could have probably accelerated and outran it, but before it had missile lock, I don't think so. It'd have probably caught up to them. But that's the thing about that airplane is it outruns a missile lock at a particular distance. At close distance, you're gonna, because it takes a minute for it to ramp up to that speed. But there's only 2 pilots, and that's that. But now scramjet technology is a thing, and everything's about to change. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, scramjet technology is a thing, and they go Mach 12. That's where the next war is going to be fought. And you're going to find out real quick the stars are not real. There are going to be so many reports that come back because pilots talk. Astronauts have been saying weird stuff. Astronauts talk about how they've been in space and somebody is knocking on the outside of their door. They're in space, in a space station. And more than one of them hear someone on the outside knocking on their door. They've also seen angelic beings, these very clear beings on the outside in space looking at them on the inside. There are going to be so many conflicting tales once the war. Listen, when one scramjet is we have Generation 5 airplanes that are already being produced. These are combat airplanes. Some of them are fixed wing, some of them are swept wing. I mean, some of them, from Rolls-Royce to Pratt & Whitney to GE, these engines are just going to be unrealistic. And a lot of these engines or a lot of these airplanes are going to be unmanned. So the moral issue is going to leave. It's not going to be Johnny has a family. We don't want to send him up there strapped to a nuclear bomb on his ass, flying at breakneck speed, literally. It's going to be like this thing is unmanned. Send it up there. That's what's going to be happening soon. And when they do, the Ruskies ain't going like that. And China can't wait to get a hold of our technology. There was a F-35 that went down in the China seas because of a landing, a missed landing. It was some type of failure in the equipment. Went down, God bailed out. Boom, got out of there. Went down. China went out there looking for it. But of course, America recovered it in time. What do you think China was after? I'll tell you what they were after. The F-35 has a lot of cloaking technology. A lot of it is computer stuff. That's what China was after. China has a Generation 4 and Generation 5 airplane. It is the J-30. So we have the F-35 and the F-22. China has a J-30. Russia has a Russian Su. Those are the three top dogs right now. Every other country, well, France has the Typhoon. But like I said, France is our allies. Sweden has the, I forgot what they call the airplane. I forgot what Sweden calls their airplane. I think Germany flies our planes too. Now, the F-35, there are 3 different types of F-35s. These airplanes can knock you down and you didn't even know they were there. They can also sneak right up on you and knock right at your back door. And you don't know they're there. These airplanes can also take over each other's systems. So it's really going to be something what's going to happen. What are you saying damn about? Yeah, it's something. Now, our F-35, I mean, the F-22 is ridiculous too. But there's actually another plane that we had, but it didn't win the contract. And the reason why it didn't win a contract is because it wasn't as maneuverable. The contract being the government contract. That contract was won by damn, I forgot the two names. I'm sorry, I'm a little tired. But nonetheless, so they're the ones who developed the 22 and the 35. And I could see them, right? It's not Rolls Royce. It's not Pratt and Whitney. Pratt and Whitney makes the engines. Rolls Royce. I think Rolls Royce is the ones who made the SR 71 engines. I think. Now it's gonna be on my damn mind. I could look it up. But nonetheless, so the 3 versions of the F-35 are the A, B, and C. I know I'm going to get this wrong, but I'm going to try. I forgot what the, okay, so I remember what 2 of them do. One of them fights like an AV Harrier jump jet. For those of you who don't know what an AV Harrier jump jet was, still is, but not too many people use it. Actually, some people in Africa uses it, but it's a Generation 3 fighter, and it'll get knocked down very quick if it comes up against anything, pretty much. Even a F-14 Tomcat will knock out a Navy Harrier jump jet. But jump jets were only flown by the Marines. AV Harrier jump jets were only flown by the Marines. And they had the ability of vertical liftoff. Now that ability belongs to the Air Force, and that is what one of the F 35s can do. It has vertical liftoff. We have another version of the F 35. That one carries more of a payload and it has some other type of variations to it. And then there's one more, and I don't know what the variations are to it, but yeah. So also, America has a lot of weapons, but they also have the F-14 Tomcat, the one that Tom Cruise glorifies. They have kept that airplane and modified it. They've put a new skin on it to make it as invisible as possible. The thing about the F-30, oh, excuse me, the F-14 Tomcat, and the reason why, excuse me, the F-15 Tomcat, yeah, the F-15 Tomcat. The reason why it is such a workhorse is, for one, it's not the most maneuverable, but it can get you there pretty good. It has great cruising speed, and it's just a really, really good airplane, and it holds a lot of weapon. Now, the F-14 is what I'm talking about. Is the Hornet? It's the F-14 Super Hornet. That's what I'm talking about. That was in the latest Tom Cruise movie, and that's the one where they were talking about if you fly so fast and you turn, you can actually bend the frame and completely ruin the airplane. But yeah, so that's what you saw in the movie, was the F-14 um, Hornet. Just a few planes. There's, you know, all kind of planes that are out there, but planes are demarcated by the era of which they can fight. So generation ones, twos, threes, four, and let's see, we are in the fourth, but now we have generation five moving up pretty quickly. Those airplanes are already being built, and some of them can actually already fly. So the one you seen Tom Cruise flying that hit Mach 10, that is a real airplane. If they show it to you in a movie, it's real. Yeah, that is a real airplane. So I don't know about the Mach 10 part, but I believe it. I believe it. Got any questions before I jet? Anyone? I got to start moving my. That's what this text was about. My neighbors telling me. So I got to take this into my bedroom. So all this has to go bye bye. Is that math? I was doing some math. I do math. Don't laugh at me, Andy, man. Yeah, no problem, Natalie. I like filling you guys. You know what? I like giving you guys information, and then you guys go look it up, because sometimes I'm wrong. Don't hurt myself. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Send me medicine? But sometimes I'm wrong, and I don't mind being wrong. I just look up what I'm wrong about and go, "Hey, I was wrong about this." But you know, every now and then, some expert in some field I mentioned will come on and tell me I'm wrong, and I don't mind that at all. Some history buff. No, that isn't when this happened. I'm like, dude, enlighten me. Tell me, because I want to know. I'm not here to. I'm not a professor. I'm just a YouTuber with, 2 or 3 people to listen to my prattling. you know, make my little 20 cent. I don't even make that. My last video made no money. But nonetheless, we discover things. Natalie has discovered that there are no stars in the sky. Natalie doesn't believe that because there went half of her fairy tales. No more Buzz Lightyear. Gotta have Buzz Lightyear. To infinity and beyond. Sorry, never happened. No Mars, no Pluto, no Saturn, no Uranus. A gas giant, isn't that what they call it? With a storm, and the storm's getting bigger. I love it when they come on World Star and have this whole story about NASA and what NASA has found out. And NASA, why don't you explain why you don't send, people back up to the wild black yonder anymore? You want to send people? No more? No? We done? Come on. Couple space shuttles went up. Come on, NASA, you can do it. Lies. All that money you pay in the NASA. That's NASA. Why? Why? Why aren't we going up there anymore? What happened? Trying to tell you, none of those which you see are real. Not one of them. Nah, Jesus is your last hope. Not one of those stars which you see is real. It's not what they say it is. It's not millions and billions of miles away and it died and its light is gleaming through space. The big blue giants and all this stuff they talk about? No. Mm-mm. A unicorn is more real than that. What's your most favorite fantasy story? Just pick one. What's your most favorite fantasy story? Just pick one. And I bet somewhere in history that story has been told. And somewhere down the line, you're going to find out that it was true. But just this. You know how people keep thinking Nibiru, this whole planet is going to come out of nowhere and do all this. Not going to happen. Solar flares. We get hit with solar. No, we don't. No, we don't. 70 million years ago, a giant rock came down and killed all the dinosaurs. Never happened. Never happened. Come on, tell me one of your fantasy stories. I want to listen. I'm all ears. What fantasy story do you think is real? One you created earlier. One I created earlier? Can you drop a beat after I unplugged? I don't have a favorite. Oh, yes, you do. Your mother filled your head with stories. You want me to create a beat? You want me to create a beat? You want me to make a beat? Is that what you're asking me to? Or pull up one that I have already made? Yeah, hold on. Stars are not real. Stars can't be real. Somebody's gonna go, no man, the stars are real. I can prove it. Like, prove it. Prove to me that a crater came down, that a rock came down and splashed in the ocean with such force that it shifted the planet and it caused a nuclear winter. And not only did it cause a nuclear winter, this rock dislodged the seas or the ocean where it crashed into. And tell me where it hit and why can't we find it? This event happened more than once. Where exactly did this rock hit? Either one of them. And why can't we find it? I think Tina Turner was awesome. What? Am I watching it? Probably not going to watch it. I'll watch the highlights. Spence versus Crawford. You know, those two, they've been playing around with this for the longest. I'm going to tell you something. If Garcia and Tank would have never fought, these two would have never fought. See, everything has to come to a head because Tank is leaving. And Tank is the big money. I think Tank is the bigger money than everyone right now. I would disappoint everybody if I was an archaeologist. Because I would tell people it never happened. They would get rid of me so quick. Because I would just use logic instead of science. I'd be like, show us. Show me. Show me. Show me. Show me. Show me. Show me. That would be it. That'd be it. Anything I write would be banned. They would get rid of me. They'd be like, Dr. Powell. I'd be like, yep. I'd be like, show me. There's no way you can. I mean, we have sonar. We've been to the bottom of the ocean. Just show me. Show me where these rocks landed. If they're that big, you know how big and how fast a rock has to move. It would have to be the size of Texas. A meteor the size of Texas, moving at hundreds and thousands of miles, it would crack the planet. And why is it that both of these meteors landed in the water? None of them hit land. None of them hit dry land. None of these things cracked the tectonic plates. None of them. Let me get this understanding correct. There is a sea of lava that's 400 miles long. This thing heats up the rings of fire, which are in the Pacific Ocean. The Rings of Fire is a mountain range that runs underwater. There are 5 super volcanoes on the planet, and if any of them go, the planet goes into a nuclear winter. 5 of them. One of them's in California. Just explain to me how none of these volcanoes did this. None of them. I just need some explanation. Because I'm not that smart, but I am very logical. Like, I can't do extensive mathematics in my head. I can't do them, period. But 1 plus 1 is 2. That's, according to your mathematics, that's logical. So I keep this logic in my head and go, a meteorite the size of Texas slamming into the Atlantic equals bye-bye world. Anything that lived was aquatic. I just don't. I'm not buying it. But what do I know? I'm just some. I'm just some old head. Some old June bug. I don't know nothing. Family. Need some dance moves, Natalie. What you got? You got some dance moves for me? No? No dance moves? Help me out. Help me out, Natalie. What you got? Give me some of them sugar foot moves you got. You got the sugar foot moves. What up with you? You doing good? Shout out from Yeah Augustus. What up with you, Augustus? That's some family that lived in Augustus. Oh, Georgia. I love some Georgia. Shout out Augustus. Boy, got some pretty women in Augustus. Woo! Man! You want to talk about some naturally beautiful, dark-skinned females? Man, you don't know what you don't know. Woo! You got to go down here. I can't mess around down there, though. I ain't country enough. I don't understand what they be saying. I be like, girl, what you said? Shit, girl, I don't understand what you just said. I don't understand what you said, girl, but it sounds good. Shout out to you. Countrified. Countrified girl. Big old thick girl. Feed you good. Girl, what you got in there? Some biscuits. Some biscuits. Some biscuits. Girl. Countrified. Girl. Biscuits. Alright. So they have to come in like this. They have to do that. And they have to get to that one. So this is going to have to go So I'm going to take, I'll leave that there. I'm going to take this and put it up against that wall. Yeah. You work at the State Mental Institute. Okay. Mental Institute, Grandview in Augusta, Georgia. As a CNA, I just got promoted, big ups, to campus security for the state of Georgia at Greenwood campus. That's what's up. That's a good question. You be like this on patients? Get your stupid ass back. I need to come down there and get a job down there. They act like they don't want to hire me for up here for the state. I'm like, shit, I'm tired of y'all. Been trying to get on with the state for 30 years. Need to come down to Georgia to get a job. I'm here. Me a job, here. I need a job. Fried chicken. Turkey and things. Yeah. Come down here and give me one of them J.O.B.'s. Turkey and things. I'll come down there and bust one of them crazies in the head. Oh, now, Miss Evans, now you know you ain't supposed to be over there. Get your stupid ass home, Miss Evans. You know you ain't right. You must get on back over there, Miss Evans. Girl, you know you ain't. Ow, Miss Evans. Girl, you know you ain't. Got one for your husband, too. How did it do? You niggas ain't hit you all up in your cranium. Huh. You niggas know you. Knock me one of them crazies out. I knocked me a crazy straight out. Oh, hit him with the Sleepy Sudan. What your mama said. Woo. Don't make me slap one of you crazies. Slap a crazy down. In the mouth. Slap a crazy. 10 years. Shit, you gotta slap a crazy. You can help me. You can help me out. That's what's up. I'll take some help. I need all the help I can get. You and your fiance work out the same job together, boy. Y'all better not have an argument at home. Work the graveyard shift, 11 to 7:30. Oh, now I completely understand. You got you got her working a different shift than you. I bet you control her schedule, don't you? You be like, oh, okay. Oh, you want to act up? Got you. Like, oh, it's like that. It's like that. Got you. No problem. No problem. No problem. No problem. I'm gonna just work the night shift. Don't even worry about it. You know. I'm gonna work the night shift too. Nah. You good? You gonna be on day shift. Stay away from me with your crazy. You know, I forgot what this was. Acidote on the left one side. Yeah, this is a well, I didn't use this a long time. I'm thinking about getting a new bike. I saw an electric bike for like $40. I was like, can't be. It's on Amazon. But you guys know I ride my bike, right? Almost every day. So my legs are like really, like it's really helping out my knees. My knees still hurt, but not as much because my thighs are getting stronger. But yeah, riding a bike is really good for you. My knees are getting stronger. But what I was saying is, I was behind two bikers today. One was on one of them little small stunt bikes, and the other guy was just lazing about. He didn't even know we was behind him. But I'm pedaling. The other guy's pedaling every now and then. And the third guy, he's barely pedaling at all, and they're both staying ahead of me. I'm like, okay, yeah, this beach cruiser is not made for this. Like what I'm doing with the beach cruiser is not made for this. You know what I mean? So I'm thinking about switching up. Electric. What pros and cons of? Well, the pro is it's electric. It has a battery in it. It's a battery pack that you need to charge. And so when you hit an uphill, you can just, gun it and there's no more huffing it when you hit an uphill, not unless you turn it off and you decide to, do it manually. You know what I'm saying? I was actually thinking about, okay, so the fastest bike in the world, okay, the fastest bike, like in the Tour de France, the fastest a person has ridden, I think, is 45 miles an hour. So Lance Armstrong and those guys, flatland, have gone 45 miles an hour, which is, that's kicking it. That's moving. That's faster than most city, matter of fact, any city speed limit. So these guys could break the speed limit in the city. On a highway, different. However, some freeways, back in the day, 45 was top speed. So just imagine somebody on a bike keeping up with you pedaling. So Lance Armstrong and those guys can do that. But the actual fastest bike goes about 75 miles an hour. But it is unconventional because the way you sit down in it like you sit down like this. So you're not sitting on it huffing like this. You're sitting down and you're driving it, except your knees are coming up like this. So they tested this thing and it went like 70 to 75 miles an hour. So it is pretty damn fast. She works day shift and she is a supervisor on day shift from 7 to 3. Cool. I work at night. Her name is Renee. And she really is. She sound crazy. Yeah, she sound crazy. Yeah. She must be a good crazy though. There's a type of crazy in a woman that you just don't mind having. You just like, okay, I know you're a little off your rocker, but you're good to me, so I'm with it. I know you're a little nuts. You can't help it. You was raised that way, but you're good to me. So I think I can deal with it's how much crazy can you deal with is the question for every relationship. Because somebody's going to lose it at one time or another. Then you got to go, how much of this can I put up with? And if you go, I can, put up with you for the rest of my life, then you marry that person. You know what I mean? And that's what matters. She treats you like a king. Nothing else matters. Don't matter what nobody else think. I don't care if she's got, 3 left feet. If she treats you like a king, that's it. That's all that needs to be said. That is your queen. You are her king. Do it. Do it till you're satisfied. I like it. And everybody should have one of those. Everybody should have one of those. Just a great partner that, you're willing to go to war for. Somebody you willing to, step in front of somebody you willing to take a punch for. You take a punch for Renee? No, I ain't got no guns. If I had a gun, I'd shoot somebody. I already know it because people love messing with me. I already know I'd have been blowing somebody up. I already know somebody gonna get shot if I get a gun. People love pulling up and saying crazy stuff to me, acting tough. I'm like, man, I done had to stop people from shooting me. I done had guns drawn on me. I done been knives drawn on me, punched in the face. All that kind of stuff. I enjoyed the punch in the face. I ain't like the gun or the knives, but the punch in the face was nice. I was looking forward to another punch in the face. I was disappointed that I didn't get another one. It's like, oh, absolutely. I was pleased, sir. Can I have another? I was like, oh, punch me again. He didn't want to punch me no more. It's like, come on, punch me again. I was like, please punch me. Come on, one time. Right here. Shoot, I've been punched in a long time. You just woke me up. To work out security with me. If I go into anything, I want to be a safety manager. If I'm gonna start working full time, I'm either gonna be a food and safety manager or a safety manager. I don't, something like that. Well, the thing about me in a mental institute is, I mean, I could, handle myself, but those guys are, they're mental. But these guys on the street, I can retaliate against them. Guys in there, I can't go full on with them unless, you can't go beating up the mental patients and keep a job. But these other nerds, absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. You can just kick all off in their teeth. you know? Yeah, they would have to pay me something decent to work at a place like that. What's the pay scale? Any good? Pay any good? 30,000? What am I looking at? I had a job come past my email today. They offered me 65. 65 in the state of Ohio. Most jobs are 40, 45, but 65 is where I want to be if I'm coming back to work. I need 65. I need that. I need 65. I need that. I got a whole degree. I don't. That's one of my things, man. I don't want to be. Don't put me in a same place where somebody doesn't have a degree, not unless they got a whole bunch of experience. Then I can understand that. But I got a degree for a reason, to separate myself from those who don't. But you have the size, big, strong black man. They both on the street and mentally. Yeah, yeah, that's true. You need to use your degree. Yeah, I need to use my degree. That's what I'm really saying. Start out at 34 and up, depending on your position. The state of Georgia don't. Well, yeah, always. The states don't really pay. Private is really who pays. Like if I came in, could I live off of 34? That's hard. It all depends on what the rent is. You feel me? But it's the state of Georgia. So, here's what I would do. Here's what I would do. I would come into the game at 34, say, okay, I rock at 34. I already know there's a probation period. You know, I don't know how long your probation is, but the second that probation period ends, I am going to flood the market. I'm gonna, matter of fact, even before that, trust and believe, I have flooded the market. Now, see, I'm not doing that. How old are you? See, I don't have the age advantage anymore. You know what I mean? I don't have that same. I don't know. I just don't. I don't have the age. I don't have the desire to work like a madman. That's madness to me. And I don't know if I can keep up with that. I don't know if I want to. See, that's lunacy. 41. See, your batteries are still good. You know what I mean? I'm a little on the, I don't want to get up right now. I'm on that side of things. Like if I have to turn up like that, oh my God, I'm going to burn out fast. That's turned right there. That's turned. 87 hours, my G. That is turned up. I don't know if I can turn up like that. I don't know if I physically can do that. I don't know if I can handle that regimen. That is serious. That's serious, bro. But see, I might be able to do it for a couple weeks, but see, this is why I'm after a higher salary now. You own your own mobile home. We just had a conversation about that. With 2 cars, truck, I own. You have an associate degree, criminal justice, CD truck driver, CNA. Been working with the state for 19 years. Well, see, bro, you have it all figured out. You know what I'm saying? I've been an entrepreneur most of my life. Well, let me say that. Yeah. No, well, no. No, I've worked it, I would say almost half and half by now. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna tell you, that car accident really got me. Car accidents do more damage than what you think. And for me, it did long lasting damage. For one, it makes all your muscles tight. That's the first thing it did to me. And when it did that, before that, I could run. I can't. Running hurts so bad because of my patella tendons. Because my legs are all tightened up and I stretch and I do this. It just, oh my. The back, oh my God, it's just. That car accident jacked my ass up something fierce. Now, of course, it could have been worse, but it just messes you up a lot more than what you think. You know what I mean? But I tried to go back to work, because I was thinking, I'm okay. I can walk. I'm all right. I got a little in my back. Let me do this. Ooh. I tried to take my ass back to work because I was on my way to work when I got hit. Bro, I bent over, start picking up because I worked in a plant. I start picking up the metal. I worked in a car factory. Got to bending, picking up 15 pounds. That constant 15 pounds. Tore my ass a new one. That was it for me. I only returned one more time because I thought maybe I could tough a day out. That was it. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't do it. I was in so much pain and wore out. And it was all because of that car accident. So I know I couldn't hang with you as far as our hours. Every time you come on the air, much love from GA. Now you have family in. Yeah, well, I appreciate it. Shoot, I'll send you guys. I'll send my resume down there. You tell me where you guys are working at. I'll send my resume to them. See what they want to do. I'll come on down there and get a place. I'll get a damn place. It's worth it. Yeah, but like I said, companies up here have been offering me different. But 65 is the best offer I got. I think if I go full time, I'm gonna land somewhere at about in between 40 and 50. If I get 50,000, I think that's cool. I can rock with 50, but I'd rather be as close to 60, 65 as possible. Gotta move this chair. Why everybody so? Yeah. Say what up to Renee. What up, Renee? What's up? Down there eating that good food. Cooking them good grits. Renee cooking them grits, ain't she? She got you with them grits. She got you with the Nene grits. She got you with the grits for dinner. Health administration. It's a science degree. It's a health administration. It's a. Oh, she there? Oh, that's right. She ain't at work. You ain't got her. She ain't at work. You ain't sent her off nowhere. Oh, it's like that? Oh, sandwich for dinner? Okay, I'm gonna make your schedule then. Oh, you tripping. She don't put that Velveeta in the macaroni with that extra cream cheese. You get mad as fire. Oh, it's like that, Nene? Got you. Bet you be working overtime. Black ass. It is, what's it read? Yeah, it's arts and science. Okay. It's health and public administration. Well, no. It's health administration is what it is. Business technology. Yeah, it's health administration. It's a Bachelor of Science. Health administration. Nomination of facility of the recommendation of the Board of Trustees hereby confers upon me the degree of Bachelor of Science with all honors, rights, privilege. Yeah, and all this other stuff. Yeah. But it doesn't read. It's in health administration, but it doesn't read like I thought it would read. She got them cooking them good grits for dinner. Grits for dinner. Says Bachelor of Science, but it's health administration. I got interviewed about a month ago. And a lady that was interviewing me did not know I had a degree, but she had my resume right in her hand. I was like, "You do know I have a degree, don't you?" She was like, "Oh, really? Oh, it's right there." Yeah, we're not interested. Oh, look, there it is, right there in plain writing. Sorry, yeah, that's a no for us. Kind of got stuck on the ICD-9 coding. We don't use that anymore. Yeah, we use ICD-10 now. It's like, I was like, yeah, when I got my degree, they had ICD-9 coding. I said, there's ICD-10 now. She's like, yeah, it's 10. It's 10 now. Yeah, it's 10. Yeah, yeah. Ooh. Ooh. It's 10 now. Ooh. Mm, mm. That right there. Like, I have a degree. Oh, a degree in healthcare administration. Really? But ICD-9? Oh. Like, really? Really? Yeah, that's not going to work for us. Franklin University. It's not going to work for us. When was the last time you filled out a HICFA? It's like, what, Pacha? You know a HICFA? When's the last time you filled out a HICFA? Never. So you can be the Don, like over nurse. I can be over a hospital. Yeah, I can be over the nurses. Yes, I can be I'm an administrator. I have an administrative degree. Except I don't really want to be over anyone. Now, if I go and get my master's degree, yeah, I can do the whole boss thing. But I don't want to be your boss. I want to be the guy who comes into work, looks around, maybe about an hour, says hello to everybody, and beats it up out of there. I'd rather be an inspector. That way, all them smart mouth, lippy people up there that think they know what they're doing, I can just, show up with a badge. That's it. I don't have to listen to their lip and all their back talk, and I'll just show up with a badge. Yeah, Department of Health. Ah, right there, Margaret. Just slap Margaret upside her head with a Department of Health badge. Ah, Margaret. Yeah. Guess who I'm here for? You. Yeah, what did you do? Messing up the ICD-10 codings, didn't you? I wrote one down too many. Yeah, Department of Health, United States. Yeah, how you doing? Yeah. Yeah, you're fired. You're fired. You're fired, Margaret. Marge. You're fired. Wouldn't you just love to walk in and just fire some snooty Jeff and whatnot? Just a local asshole. Just Jeff and just Jeff's ass. The government pay for your school? Yes, the government paid for my school. Education because the government paid for my degree. Phoenix, my degree was. Yeah, the government paid for mine. Yep. Just want to fire Todd and whatnot. Just walk in and be like, Todd! Ah! Loser. Just fire Todd's ass for just looking at you stupid. Todd, yeah, come here. Let me talk to you for a minute. Ah, never mind. You're fired. You ever get fired that way? I did. I got fired like that once. The guy was like, "Yeah, Anthony, got to talk to you. You know what? After lunch, I want to talk. You know what? Never mind. Let me talk to you now. Yeah, you're fired." Got fired like that. I went on vacation to France and England when it happened after that. I was like, oh, okay. He thought I was going to be upset. They had people waiting downstairs to wrestle me as if I was going to try to stay there. I was like, cool. I was like, what do you guys? Yeah. What? I'm going to fight to stay in this place? That's what you think is about to happen? I looked at them. I walked right past them, filed for unemployment, and went to England. Stayed in England for 2 weeks. I stayed in France. Yeah, stayed in England for 2 weeks, went to France. Boom. I had a rich friend. She was like, listen, as soon as you lose that job, go ahead and let me know. Send me an email. I'll send you a plane ticket. The day I got fired, sent her an email. She sent me a plane ticket. Yes. I got fired for sleeping on the job, but I wasn't asleep. But my head was down. It was a summer job when I was 17 years old. I was working a summer job. I was tired. And the guy walked in and he said, you can't be sleeping on a job. I said, I'm not asleep. They fired me. I said I wasn't asleep. I got fired anyway. Eat a dick. I can't stand people like that. You can't put your head down? Screw them. They love to try to cover every bit of your life and, something's wrong here. You did something wrong there. These people can suck an egg. Go suck an egg, Jennifer. They try to control everything you do. He looked at me like, I don't like the way he looked at HR. Now they can go to HR on you for anything now. You know what? Let's just have a meeting with Susan to see what she says. Slap you in, Susan. That's why people lose their mind at their jobs, because HR is like the Gestapo. HR is terrible now. Ran by a bunch of spinsters. Ran by a bunch of spinsters. Anybody doesn't agree with them, there's hell to pay. There's hell to pay. You don't agree with them. You look at them the wrong way. Oh, there's hell to pay. Then they want to talk to you during your lunch. It's like, I'm about to go eat. No, can we talk to you? Can we have a talk? Like right here in the hallway, just the impromptu meeting. In between the hallway to the lunchroom, you could smell the pizza. You're like, you just want to say, walk with me. No, can I talk to you for a minute? It's like, no, you can't talk to me for a minute. I'm about to go get some pizza. I'm starving. I gotta get back on the line in, 22 minutes and 30 seconds. You want to talk to me? Can I talk to you? Like, and take up your whole 22 minutes. Then you gotta rush back to the line with a Snickers bar. They do it on purpose. Get your monkey ass. You don't have nothing but 30 minutes. Right. It's like, I'm hungry. I need sustenance. Greta. Look at me. I'm 280, Greta. What do you think I run on? Huh? What do you think holds this up? What? Let's take a good guess. Beans and rice would be a damn good guess. Little chicken in there, Greta. No chicken, Greta. Some pizza? No, none of that. What do you think I eat? Tea leaves, Greta? Look at me. Twice the size of your bony husband. He's bony. Dave's bony. Dave's bony. He's bony. What do you feed him? Peanut butter and Jello? Look at you. You have to be a snitch in order to. You know what? Only way I'd be a snitch is if somebody did it to me. Turnabout's fair play. You come at me with the BS, I'm gonna hit you with the BS. I let people know. They'd be like, how you gonna? I'll be like, y'all hit me with the BS. What, like I ain't got two lips? I will scream on y'all. I'll be like, Deschanel, she was late on Thursday. Deschanel's ass. She clocked in 15 minutes late. Deschanel. There she go. Check her time card. Get her ass. Get her monkey ass. Deschanel, get her McGoofy ass. Her and her nappy head boyfriend. Both of them nappy. Just nappy. They nappy for no reason, too. Just nappy. Just a bad example. Deschanel, get her ass. Get her monkey ass right there. There she go. I got video of her being late. You want to see a video, boss? I got video of her monkey. Get her. Shoot, she got two hair weaves on. She just wrong all day. Just get her. Shoot. She got lace front and back. How you just lace everything. Get her here. I got video. There she go right there. Late. Get her. Get Deschanel's ass. You gotta be careful with them because they'll call their cousin. I'm gonna call my cousin. Somebody who ain't never had a job will come up there in a beat up ass Charger. Damn thing can't even cut off. Oh man, here come LaRon and whatnot. Yo, Deschanel with the problem. Problem is you can't spell problem. Oh, what boy. What's good? What the deal? Go back to your mother's basement. Try to make a rap album at 35. Pull your pants up while you're at it. I don't understand those dudes. How's that attractive? And I don't understand the goofy women that think that that's attractive. Like, if that isn't the most Oh, that's so hot. You ever see the corporate chick with the most hoodest dude in the world? I have. Like you really, you really played yourself. You just played yourself all the way out. On every level. Just toss away that degree you got, because it ain't. Went to school for 30 years just to end up with the worst choice. All them choices, you end up with this dude. Like, good luck. Oh, they love to come and fight. This is why, like, somebody suggested that I go be a nursing home, supervisor or a administrator, and I was like, mm-mm. Because the nigritude is not for me. I have, when I wake up every day, I find myself completely out of patience with ignorance. Just ignorant. Like, I was at the gym, right? I'm at the gym. This black woman at, she's behind the desk. I'm, getting ready to leave, but I want to get on the chair to get my little back massage thingamabob. She's standing there with a phone in her hand. There's another dude, he's helping a customer, and another person there. I walk up on her side where I see that she is, and I'm like, yeah, can I get the chair? She looks at me, then she looks to see who else can help me, but she's standing right there. And then she's like, oh, okay, I'll help you. And she's like, oh, the dog was in my way. This dog is like this big. She's like, oh, the dog was in my way. She ain't want to help me. I'm like, this is your job. Get off the phone. Like, I was, I was, I go to the Hispanics to get my little burrito, my little beef burrito. So, I like entrepreneurs. And, they have a nice little setup that I ride by on my bike. And I'm like, yeah, let me get a beef burrito. Let me get one today. I roll up and, Shindrika and her two hombres are in there, the two cooks. And both the dudes look and they see me and they're like, Mita. Like, they're telling her, like, there's somebody in front who wants to, and she's right there. She can see me. She's on the phone. And then she goes, may I help you? I'm looking right at her. I'm like, I'll wait till you're done. And she's like, may I help you? I got up. I was like, I'll wait till you're done. She's like, what can I help you with? I was like, I like a beef burrito. She said, what can I help you with? I said, I like a beef burrito. Like, when somebody petitions me, comes past my marketplace, asks me for my business acumen and wants to pay me for my service, I do not play at all. I get my ass up. I stop what the hell I'm doing. I get on with it. And I give them the full service. Full service. How can I help you? What is it you need? What is it you're looking for? Blah, 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 blah. Because that one question that they ask me can turn into $500 real quick. Really quick. Just like that. A quick response. Boom. Don't sit there and act like they didn't say something to you. Don't turn your head. And I just don't understand this. I'm just like, you people just don't want you. I know you don't need my service, but okay, fine. Like, I was dealing with some Asians. I'm gonna tell you something, Asians. It is clear to the African American that y'all do not need us. Y'all really don't. Y'all don't really need our finances. You really don't. Y'all can live without our finances, Asians. We know this. So I walk into the store. They buy hair and all this stuff there. A lot of black people support this place. I go there looking for clipper heads. You know what I'm saying? So the two Asian women in there, and there's one Asian guy who doesn't say anything. And I'm like, yo, y'all got clipper heads. And they're like, what? I'm like, clipper heads. The heads to the clippers. I want to see your selection. And they got upset because they didn't understand what I was saying. And a black girl said, yo, do you have the, whatever? And they said, oh, you mean these? And I was like, yeah. And I said, but not these ones, those ones over in the corner. And the lady, she was just upset because I was like, those ones. But I ain't screaming. I was like, no, those ones in the corner. She goes over there, and then her and the other lady got to talking in whatever goddamn language they're speaking. And the lady turns around looking right at me, speaking another language. Now, I thought that was the most ignorant thing in the world. What if I knew some damn language and started talking to me and the little black girl in front and looking right at her? She wouldn't have liked it. I'm like, you people really don't want my service. It just irks the piss out of me when people do this. And you know what? I usually don't return. I usually say, you know what? Thank you. Thank you very much. Go lay an egg. I'm out of here. I don't know why this doesn't say what I thought it would say. Science. Science and technology. Business. Huh. 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 Hmm. 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 I have to call the university tomorrow. After all this window business is done. This doesn't read. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Bachelor of Science. Huh. Why doesn't it read Health Administration? Why does it just read Bachelor of Science? Never noticed that before. Sorry, I'm in a daze. Hurry up and buy. Oh, yeah. Minister Society, yeah. Eucalyptus tea would help with what? What are you giving me remedies for it now? Okay, so I got the chair out of here. I got to get this little. They're going to be here early in the morning, too. I'm not unplugging this until the morning. I didn't even eat dinner tonight. So I'm going to plug this in the morning and I'll move it that way. Then I'll take this. I don't know what I need to unplug. Then I'm going to swing this. Let's see, they're going to do that one first. Actually, the thing about it is when they do these windows, yeah, I was asking her what it was for. They do the windows, they do them all at the same time. So they do all 5, 6 windows. They come to each room and they bust them all out at the same time. It's very efficient. It's a whole crew of like 6 guys come in. Very efficient. Yeah, so I want to plug this. I'll move this that way, and then they'll probably help me. I'll probably get them to help me to pick this up and move it that way, and then that way they could do what they want. And they can move it back, and that'll say, Renee just walked in the room. When she walks into the room, I have you on my big TV. Can you say what up? What up, Nay? How you doing today? Yeah. You cooked them good grits? You cooked them dinner grits with the salt and pepper, not the sugar. Yeah, you cooked them dinner grits for your boy. Cook them on up. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Hitting that first shift. Ain't you got to be in bed? Why you got Nene up these late hours? Nene got to go to sleep. You know she got to get up at 5:30. No, she got to get up at 5:30. Oh, what's today? You work tomorrow, Nene? You work tomorrow? Yeah. Got to put on the blue, the blue, yeah, with the tennis shoes with the extra cushion. So you can walk around the whole place like 30 times in one day. You got one of them, you buy her one of them things to watch her steps. See how many steps you. I walked 395,000 steps today. I lost 1 pound. Get away. People kill me with them step thing. They really think they doing something. Like, look, I lost 1.5 pounds. Then go eat a jelly donut. Get Joe Goofy. Yeah, get on one of them things. Anything to make people feel better. You keep clearing your throat. Oh, yeah, I was confident. Yeah, get her one of those. So you can see how far she walks. Actually, I think this weekend I'm going to go walk a couple miles. I've been biking it up, but I think I'm going to walk a couple miles. Walking some grass. Actually, I was thinking about going to hit a trail. I was going to hit a bike trail, but not with that bike. That bike is just not made for me. But I might go down to Blacklick and hit the trails. I'm not going to run, but I'll walk. Get some good walking. What's that hard way? Yeah, I keep clearing my throat, yeah. You know how far I walked today? Your woman ever come in the house? Hardaway, your woman ever come in the house and tell you how much exercise she did? Did you know? Sounding like Edith. What do you want, Edith? Did you know? You don't hear a word she said. Yeah, sure. Sure, Edith. Sounding like Archie. Yeah, Edith. Your woman ever talk about something that you really don't give a damn about? But you gotta give a damn. You ever talk about something that's so far beyond you? And she's breaking it down to a science. And you're just like, I have no idea what the hell a Lululemon is. I don't. Is that a Teletubby or something? Is that a... Is that a new Teletubby or something? I missed it. I don't know. I have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, when is it proper to tell your woman you just don't know? Is it before she gets the run up into the whole midst of it all, especially when she's talking about her girlfriends? Do you stop her before she gets to the apex, or do you let her finally get to the goddamn point and then say, I clearly I'm lost, or do you stop her at the beginning? Like, what is the advice on that? When she says, Jennifer, stop right there. I do not want to hear about Jennifer. But let me tell you what, Jennifer, I don't care. Is that cool or is that mean? Is that, you gotta let her talk. Okay, I just wanted to know. I just want to, especially when they talk about your job and you're at the same job and you just don't care. You know what happened today at the job? Mm-mm, mm-mm. I don't, but I'm sure you're going to tell me. Well, just like, damn. You know, I just want to know, when is it okay to shut it down? And how do you shut it down? Like, you love her, but you're not. Like, when is it more tolerant? In the morning or in the morning she just winds up on your ass. You're just like, you're just like, I haven't even had my coffee. Or do you stop her and be like, wait a minute, let me get my coffee? And she's like, okay. You get your coffee and you're stirring it, blowing it, looking at her. Drink the goddamn coffee already. All right, what is it? No, I used to. No, I have some too, but I won't drink it. No. No, I'm just, you guys think that, I'm on drugs and stuff. No, I'm just like this. But here's the thing, when I'm around people, I'm not like this. I'm like this because you guys don't, I don't see you. If I saw you every day, I'll probably see. I can be weird to you guys because we'll probably never meet in real life. you know, so you guys be like, that guy's weird. We like, yes, exactly. But to the people out here, they all think I'm some type of monster or whatever, some ogre. Yeah, they don't know I'm really weird. They just think I'm some kind of mean person because, for one, I'm a guy that lives alone. You already know what that means. You're weird. Yeah. They don't think about that about the lady who lives alone across the street, but the guy who lives alone's weird. Figure that out. You're a guy, you live alone, you're weird. You got worms. What? How did that happen? Old men have worms. Like, when? When do we get worms? What kind of worms are they? I'm curious. I heard this woman say that. I was like, what kind of worms? Where'd they come from? What genus are they? Quit saying stupid stuff. We can't walk around and say old women got worms. Every old woman has worms. We'd be castigated to the middle of the Pacific. Get out of here. Once I get the job in Augusta, shoot, 34,000. I don't, bro. I don't know what I could do with 34,000. Listen, if they're paying you 34,000, that means you're in a 22% tax bracket. You really want to do the math on that? I mean, when you really want to do the math on that, we're not talking about overtime. We're not talking about time and a half. You start doing the math on that, bro. That's rough. That's a hard one, especially with rent going up. So if your rent, so I don't know what the average rent is for a one bedroom. So I mean, enlighten me on that in Augusta. What's now? I do know that Augusta doesn't have the highest living cost in the nation. So I mean, so yeah, what's a one bedroom that's not roach infested and bed bugs all? I mean, come on. What's a one bedroom running down there? 700, 800, 900 a month? Like what? What are we looking? You have two jobs. Let's see. You don't have two jobs. You got like 10. You're like a Jamaican or something. 10 job, man. You got a CDL. You're a CNA. I mean, got like 30 jobs. My mortgage on my mobile home in 3. Better to have 30-year mortgage. All right. See, now you're talking some numbers. Now you're talking some numbers. Those are good numbers. Now that makes it more, you know what I mean? That's not bad. 504. Okay, now see, 34 doesn't sound that bad then. That doesn't sound like that bad because, but rent, you're looking like 1,000. Now see, that's bad. So if you look at your bills, the average single male or female, and you already got $1,000 that's coming up out of that. I mean, when you start dissecting it and looking at 34,000 for what it is, it's hard to live off of 34,000 when your rent is boom, $1,000. That's 12,000 a month right there. So, 34, 24, that's 26,000. That's right there. This is not even minus your 22% tax. You're at 26,000. No, you're not. You're less. Excuse me. I'm sorry about that. I did that wrong. Yeah, 30. No, 34. 22,000. Yeah, 22,000. And let's just minus your 22% tax from 34,000. 22. So 2 times 3 is 5. So you hold on a second. Let me try to figure this out. 34,000, 22%. Now that's going to be 5, 4. Oh, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten. I can't do math when I'm hungry. I do it a lot to make sure I'm right. Hold on a second. I likes the numbers, so give me a second here. Let me get my mind on right. 7, yeah. All right, so 7.48. What's that? $700? Yeah, that's $748. Yeah. 0, 0. Yeah. So it's $748. So you're looking at 22. No, I'm sorry, 34. Uh, so you're looking at 33. Yeah. All right. Oh my God, my head is. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure this out. 26, and then you minus 12. That puts you at 14,000, uh, $14,520. And then you would take away your utilities or your fixed costs. So if you have a car payment or anything like that, you would start deducting that. But just your house alone, your fixed cost, you have, and this is not car insurance or internet or phone or anything like that. This is just your light and your gas. So I don't know if you have kids or not, but give us a roundabout figure of what electric cost. You own your place. Yeah, for a 30-year, for a 34-year, for a 30-year mortgage, place for 13. Okay, but I'm talking about, oh, okay, you're talking to him. Okay. So your light bill. Now, let me ask you this because that light bill is colossal. That light bill is ridiculous. You live in a mobile home, right? You live in a double wide or something like that, right? That's ridiculous. 350. What are you lighting the damn? Okay, you got a double wide. There's why. Please explain $350 in light bills. You got 10 kids? That is devastating. What's your water bill? Also, the fact that you own now. See, you've been living it for 13 years, which means you bought it 13 years ago. You're paying a 30-year mortgage, which is halfway up, and you're at 504. So there's a whole and economic um, um, uptick in what you're stating because 13 years ago rent wasn't as high, and the loan that you got would be different now than it was 13 years ago, a decade ago. So I don't even know. That's interesting because I don't even know if, like, I don't know the area that you're in, but if somebody, had pretty much the same credentials you do, you're working, your spouse is working, you got kids or whatever, is going on. Outside my house. You have lights outside my house. Okay. But what I'm saying is, as far as the actual loan is concerned, a 30-year loan, the way it's set up, or the way you have it set up for you, which is great, 504, that's great. But do you think today you could walk in and get the same loan for the same place? Do you think the interest rate would be the same? You think the taxes would be the same? Did you have to get it inspected? Because I think there's a lot. There's a. I just think there's a huge change in the market from 13 years ago to now. And I just think that there's more involved when it comes to getting these loans and getting finalized and all this other stuff. But I could be wrong because I never bought a house. Your kid's in the Air Force. Good on you. She's 20 years old. Awesome sauce. Good luck to her. Aim high. But so you know what I mean? So you have to take that into strong consideration. But still 34,000. Your rent is about a grand, which is what it is here. That's a tough one because like I said, even after your taxes, you're at 26,000. Once you start adding in your utilities, see you got some extra amenity that's what's driving up your electricity. But I'm gonna gather that normally your electricity would probably somewhere, well up under $100, but I like to say $100. So if you took your, $100 a month, of course that's, it's $1,200. That puts you at let's see, yeah, that puts you at now you're at what 13, yeah, now you're at 12.5. Then you add another $100 for your gas, you know, and then your food, your car insurance, your home insurance, your I think car insurance, home insurance, your phone, like gas, water. Probably somewhere around $500, $600 a month on average. So you would be looking at times 12. 5 times 12 is what, 60? That's $6,000. So now you'd be looking at around $6,000. You divide that up by 12. You see that? You see it? Car insurance is 277. USAA, I also have USAA. My car insurance is not that much. Yeah, so I mean, and even with that, your car insurance is 277. Yeah. Even with that, I'm off. I mean, just with the $500 for your fixed costs, I'm still way off. You know what I mean? It's probably more like 8 or 9. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's it's a lot. It's hard to live off of 34,000 uh, and not work overtime. You know, these days. You know, and I don't have any car payments. My trucks are paid off. I bought both of them cash. But let's just say that I needed a new vehicle. And the newer vehicles, they got all these bells and whistles, but the car payments are like 1,700. Yeah, somehow I knew you had dogs. Yeah, bro. Yeah, I couldn't do it. I would have to be sitting somewhere around $4,000 a month for it to be doable for me. Yeah, that's almost 50 G's a year. Bro, brand new? Put Nene on the phone. Let me talk to her. She talking crazy. Brand new? So what are we talking about? A wide body? Are we talking about a 392? Are we talking about a Super B? What are we talking about? Okay, used. All right. So what engine is in it? Because if you're just looking at a six banger, I mean, it's still expensive, but you can get a decent charger, for about 15, 16? I don't know. How much is a used charger? Let's find out. I think I'm going to go put some noodles on. You have to hit the like button, you guys. We talking about Scotty Pack or... See what we got. Used charger. But these are out of these. Well, this is a CarMax. This is CarMax though. CarMax always got to make their little somethings. So we are talking about a VA, which means you also got to consider gas, and your insurance is going to go up because they're faster. Well, I mean, you have a list of them that go from anywhere from 21 to 40. But these are not. Yeah. These are not the fastest ones out of them. A Hemi? Yeah, see, now you. What year, though? 8-cylinder Hemi. What year? She wants it to be purple. What year? Be right back. I'm going to go put some noodles on because I need to wake up early and I need to have energy. Oh. I don't like this song. Put on something I like. I need to have some sustenance for the morning so I can get up and Mr. Bojangles. Okay. Look, I was going downtown somewhere around 10. To the party then would begin. Don't come in, knocking on the door, down on the floor, getting trying on the box, smoke, tone key, yeah, that's me, down the street, don't eat, Yeah. Wicka one, two, 1, 2. Okay. 2019 Hemi. 2019 car. She want her payment to be $600 a month, and she put $4,000. Okay. Well, that's not. Oh, I don't even know if you're still here. I think you might be gone. Uh. Who's here? I don't know who's here. Okay. Get down. Mr. Domelina, Mr. Domelina. Mr. Domelina, Mr. Bob Domelina. Try to take you to the cleaner. Beans in the car with Mr. Lena. Try to keep clean and settle it between her. And so, when Lena, but the judge couldn't get it because he got a subpoena. You think you can help her find it? Oh, can I help her find? Listen, Nene gonna have to. Nene gonna have to. Yeah, bro. I couldn't take on that one. All I can say is this, though. I don't know about Georgia, but I will say this. Ooh, okay. Well, that we can look at. We can examine the numbers. I'm a little hungry right now, so I might be a little slow. But we can examine the numbers. So let's examine the numbers. Let's examine the numbers. Okay, so one thing you would need to know. All right, so here's a few issues. One, you don't know how many miles that you're looking for. So your girl, your woman, would have to ask herself how many miles does she want on her vehicle. That I don't know, but look, if you don't want your interest, see, okay, so you and Nene gotta ask yourself the basic questions. For one, what is your credit score? Because you can probably take it from there and build from the ground up. For two, is the vehicle in your area, or are you going to buy it online? Because that's going to make a difference on how you buy. Okay, so I bought a car online, right? The car that I bought was in Colorado. I had it shipped here. It cost me $900 to ship it. So I paid $2,400 for it. Then I had it shipped here. Then it went out on me in less than a year. But that was kind of my fault. But nonetheless, you see what I mean? I was thinking to add myself to the car title to go in together. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, look, that's something you and her would have to mash out. But the basic car stuff, the stuff that you're asking me about, bro, you need to, yeah, that's that. You guys need to pull up your credit score. You know what I'm saying? And then you would have to you would have to pull up your credit score, and then you would have to talk to somebody without them running your credit, because that's not good every time somebody run your credit. Then you have to figure out how you want to buy it. So like I said, I bought that truck cash, but it was only $2,400 plus tax. So boom, up 2,400, boom. You guys are talking about a vehicle that's going to run you, you know what I'm saying? 2,900. You're not talking about a T vehicle. You're talking about not more than that. Not a 29,000. $4,000 down though. That's a huge plus. But still, you'd be looking at still at least on a 2019, you're still looking at $15,000, $20,000. Easy. You're still looking at $20,000 easy. So the real question is, can you handle a $20,000 loan? And at what percent? That's what the question is. Because if you're like, yes, I can handle a $20,000 loans, make the payments, me and her good, we're good. Then that's what I would do. That's where I would start. I call up a bank and do my due diligence from the bank. I mean, that's what I would do if I was going to go that route. I wouldn't go to a dealer and do it. I'd go to the bank and do it. All right, I get my information from them, and then I'd say, how much can I borrow? This is our situation. There's probably an algorithm you can do online that'll tell you. But the bank is going to get all of your information, where you work at, how long you've been working there, blah, blah, blah. Because that's where you want to get your money from. And if you can get it from, some type of military or a bank that deals with most military people. That way you might be able to get a lower interest on it instead of coming out with like 14% interest. Because when you look at, let's just say you get something and it's because the interest is going to be ridiculous. And you get it 14%, whatever. 14 times 2, 28. You're paying $3,000 more. So the car ends up costing you, almost 24,000. Instead of 20, you're paying $4,000 more. It's ridiculous. That's what I would do. $750 without pulling your credit. $750 a month. You'll be paying more for the car than you're paying for your home. I don't know, bro. I don't know about this. I don't know. What does Nene got to say? What she got to say about it? Put her on the phone. Put Nene on the phone. Let me talk to Nene. See how well she thought this out. How much disposable income do you guys have? How much liquid income do you guys have? Just, to be able to afford this, $800. Can you afford an $800 car payment? Not only that, this is a used vehicle. We all know the deal. Used vehicles within 2 years, you're going to start having some problems. You're going to start having some problems. You got little problems. You got little squeaks and little this, little that. Plus, it's a V8. Let's look at the gas. How much is gas now? $3.50 a gallon? I mean, are we talking E85? Because you're not just going to put, 91 in it, 87. Yeah, now see, Nene's talking smart. You got to knock some stuff down, bro. You got to knock some stuff down. You got to knock it. You got to knock some stuff out. You got to take some stuff out. Because that car is going to run you $1,000 a month easy. The gas in it, you're talking 9-10 miles to the gallon. Plus, when you hear that damn engine, you already know what it is. You're going to want to peel out in that thing. I mean, if she wants a Scat Pack, if she's talking about, $392 or something like that, yeah, Super B or any of those. Listen, those engines are powerful for a reason, but 8-9 miles to the gallon, I'm telling you, they suck on gas. It's bro, it's rough. Then you got to look at where she's going to be driving it for the majority of the time. Is she going to work and back in it? I mean, the majority of the time. If you don't have disposable income like that, then that's probably something I wouldn't mess around with. Not right now. And I'm gonna tell you one of the reasons why, because it's not benefiting you. It's not making you money. Which means it's a what? A liability. The only way I would invest $20,000 is if it's making me money. So if I go out and buy a $20,000 car, that car has to be making me money. And I have to know it's already going to make me money. It's not something I'm just taking a chance on. I got a YouTube channel that people are watching and they're looking, my clicks are bringing up my algorithms are bringing in so many subscribers and I have, let's just say you have, I don't know, 40, 50,000 subscribers, all, Mopar, all Mopar'd out from top to bottom, Mopar, 50,000 loyal, looking at every video you're putting up. When you start looking at your, daily, your weekly, analytics, see what videos are getting more play. If all of those videos that are getting more play are leaning towards you buying this car, and this car is going to amplify your absolutely 100%. That car might get you to 100K. You go live a couple times, you get donations. Yeah, but a Toyota Hilux, they're not look, they're not buying the car because something's better than something else. They're buying a car because it looks good, it sounds good. It's a vanity piece is basically what it is. It's sexy to sit in. People look at you when you have one. A Toyota Highlander is, it's a soccer mom car. It's a great vehicle, but nobody's going, "Ooh, look at that Highlander." Not unless you decked it out. But whenever you have one of these, you know, Dodges, people are looking. Listen, it's also the number one stolen car in the nation. No, I'm sorry. Kias are the number one. No, 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 no. Matter of fact, yeah. Those cars are number one stolen cars in the nation. So, I mean, there's an issue too. But yeah, like I said, if you had a YouTube channel, if it's making you money some kind of way, if you're putting Whipples on it and racing it and stuff like that, putting a Whipple blower on it and doing stuff to the engine to see if you can get some extra boost or you're trying to keep it naturally aspirated or whatever. If you're doing stuff like that to it and you got a following and you're making I don't know, maybe $1,000 a month. It's not a lot. That's not a lot at all. I don't come nowhere near that. I don't even do $100 a month. I don't I don't come nowhere near that. I don't even think I do $10 a month. But there are some channels that really, they go big or go home. So, like I said, if you're doing $1,000 a month or more than that, probably have to be more than that. Probably $2,000. And that car will get you over that hump. I would do it. I would do it. Oh yeah, I'd definitely do it. Especially if your YouTube money, if you're not using it to pay any of your immediate bills. If your YouTube money is just extra money, 100%. 100%. I'd do it. I'm getting like 25 off of YouTube. I would so do it. And it's a car channel, 100% I'd be in. Take that money. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Oh, I know it does. Shoot, let me. Yes, it does. There's one right here. Yeah. V6, EXL V6 for sale nationwide. Yeah. I used to sell Hondas. So you're saying 2000 what? What year? What year are you talking about? What year are we talking about? 2020, Nat? 2022, 23? Here's one right here with a 4-wheel drive. Here's one here. Right here. There's one right here for 24. 4-wheel drive. 24,000. Let me see if they're gonna bring up the specs on these. Below market value. That's actually a damn good deal. No. 192 horsepower, 1 point. What is this, Natalie? What is this that you have stumbled upon? What is this, Natalie? New Honda Accord sales. Honda Accord. Does the Honda Accord have a V6? This year, the Honda Accord only has 2 engine choices: a 192 horsepower 1.5 liter 4-cylinder, or a 204 horsepower 2.0 liter hybrid, and only 1 transmission. All Accords now use a continuous variable automatic transmission, CVT. How's the Civic? It's fairly lively. Well, there you go. Yeah, they did a new thing. You were correct. Once again, I do not mind being wrong. Yeah, you're welcome for the advice. What's the end of the V6? Oh, the question there is why. Hold on a second. That's a good question. Okay. Here it goes. Check it. 1, 2, 1, 2. What you gonna do? 1, 2, 1, 2. I got a bowl of the news. Think it don't look good. Make it more look good. Are those still out there on the lawn? What are you talking about? What items? What's on the lawn? What's on the lawn? What we talking about? Oh yeah, they're out there. More than that. Been picked over though. See, around, I mean, oh, the people that work here, it probably got picked up today, as a matter of fact, but it wasn't when I saw it. So it might be out there for another week, but some of it is gone. It got picked over. Yeah, hey, people will go through your stuff here. Nobody cares. They do not care. If your stuff is sitting out there, somebody's going through it. Yeah, somebody's going through it if it's sitting out there. Take what you can. No, but I did look. Nope. I didn't find any over there, but I have been finding them. Yeah, I've been finding them. Oh, yeah, I've been finding them. Noodles are still too hot. Yeah, I've been finding them coins, man. Yeah, I've been finding them joints. I love finding coins. Love finding coins. I don't know if that's something to me. It gives me, I don't know, I just like it. Yeah, me too. And it's for the Department of Insurance, so I'm hoping, I'm hoping I like it so I could stay there and get my money up. Get me up to, hopefully I can get, get to that mark that I want. I got a particular mark that I want. If I could hit that mark, you know, like. Oh no, it's at home. It's at home. Mm-mm. Yeah, that's why I chose it. So I don't have to go nowhere. Even the interview is at home. Yeah, so I can work, you know, in my sweats. Oh yeah. I don't want to go nowhere. Yeah, you thought I was getting ready to walk in suit and tie, straight pimping. You thought I was about to walk in the joint like, yeah, customer service up in this piece. What's good in the hood? Negative. I'll be walking right here doing what I'm doing now. Except I'll be getting paid for it. I'll be doing right here what I'm doing with you. Except I'll be getting money. I'll be like, how can I help you, ma'am? Okay. Yeah. All right, ma'am. All right, ma'am. Let's talk about that right there. Yeah. All right, so check dig. Let me go ahead and pull up your HICFA. All right. Let me pull up your Medicaid, yeah, that right there. Boom, that's what I need from you. You got the card on you? All right, go on and give me a Medicaid number. What you got? Is that it? All right. Okay, ma'am, let me go ahead and put this in. Okay, yeah. Yeah, right there. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Okay, so this is what happened. Your Medicaid and Medicare and your Blue Cross with your Blue Shield have canceled each other out. You do not have a co-payment because you have Medicaid, but it showed that you did have a co-payment. You actually don't. So you can go ahead into the dentist and walk in there and let them know that you'll be okay. Just go ahead and handle your card. Okay, ma'am? Okay. You have a great day, ma'am. All right. Penny. That's it. It's for the Department of Insurance, G. That's it. That's it. Pay me. As long as my voice has a smile on it, I'm going to be all right. Department of Insurance, Anthony speaking. How can I help you? All right, brother. All right. How you doing today? Okay, brother. All right. Let me help you out today. What's going on? Yeah, brother. Let me go ahead and handle that for you. All right. Just give me a second here. Let me go ahead and get your card number, brother. All right. Yeah, let me give you a second here. How's your day? You doing good? All right, brother. All right. Let me go ahead and put this in here. All right, boom, there it is right there. We're going to go ahead and put this. Okay, so yeah, you'll be getting your new card in about 10 days, brother. And go ahead and take care of that for me. All right, there you go, brother. Is there anything else I can do for you? Now you know you can get one printed off on the email if you want one. I can email. Yeah, I'll go ahead and email you one, brother. You can go ahead and print that off, cut that out, put it right in your wallet, and take it right to any HMO that you need to go to, brother. Even your PPO. You sure about that? All right, brother. Let's go ahead and get that. What's your email, brother? All right, it's the same one that's on it. All right, it's the same one that's right here. I got it right here, brother. I'm gonna go ahead and put that in right there, brother. There you go. All right, brother. We got that all taken care of for you, brother, and you should be just fine, brother. Go ahead. You have a blessed day. You have a blessed day, brother. All right. All right. All right. They like to hire the family man till you have 3 kids. And wife is expecting. Yeah. Yeah, well, I don't have 3 kids and a pregnant wife. But I'm at that age where I have 3 kids and not a pregnant wife, but a pregnant daughter who's married. I gotta have that. Grandkids come on the way. That sounds cool, doesn't it? I like that. I like that. Grandkids. Grandbabies. Talk about the grandbabies. Identify. Yes, ma'am. I know what you're talking about. I got a brand new grandbaby. Yes, ma'am. Little precious thing she is. Yes, ma'am. I totally understand. All right. All right. Can I have your number? All right. Let me put your number on in here. Oh, there you go, right there. Let me go ahead and take care of this for you. All right. There you go. Boom, bam, boom, bam, boom, bam, bam, boom. All right. It's all taken care of, man. You go ahead and have a blessed day. You have a blessed day, man. Talk at you later. Goodbye. Yeah. I can do that. I really like this beat. That beat's hard. Why didn't you tell me this beat was this hard? Why did you tell me this beat was this hard? Why'd you tell me this beat was this hard? You playing around. You have a nice day, ma'am. Ma'am, you have a great day, all right? You have a great day, ma'am. Go ahead. Have a nice day. Good morning, sir. How can I help you? All right, sir. Do you have your card on you? All right, sir. Let me go ahead and you have a great you have a great day, sir. You have you have you have you have a good sir, you have sir, you have You don't have to like it. I like it. Frozen love. Oh, oh, oh. Song is so sad. Footprints in the snow, haunting every breath. Oh, 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 haunting every. She can't help it. Her love is selfish. It turns you into stone and leaves you helpless. She has her reasons. It's her season. The clocks inside her ventricles turned her winter cold. Those are the lyrics. Those are the chorus lyrics. Those are the bridge lyrics. I'm waiting for it to spin up. Still spinning. It's See, I figured I'd tell you the lyrics because you're listening to them, but you probably don't know. So I'll tell you the lyrics and then you can listen to it. How about that? You like that? It's too easy to love someone that's loving you. And it's too easy to hate someone that's hurting you. But try to love someone while you're hated and castigated, knowing emptiness is your fate. It burns until the soul is separated. It burns until the soul is separated. Separating you from heaven's gates and God's place. It's not easy to love you. Life and breathing changes seasons. The fall inhales her, winter tells her when she's leaving. She can't help it. She has her reasons. The clocks inside her ventricle turns her winter cold. Life and breathing changes seasons. The fall inhales her, winter tells her when she's leaving. Who cries anymore? Who cries anymore? Get revenge. If not for yourself, then for someone else's sins. Something like that. Say yeah. A frozen love leaves a trail of footprints in the cold, footprints in your soul. It's cold enough to freeze the shell of love around her silhouette, haunting every breath. It's too easy to love someone who loving you. It's too easy. Hate someone that's hurting you. Try to love someone while you're hated and castigated. This is your fate. Burning till soul separated, separating you from heaven, chasing God's grace. It's not easy to. Life and breathing changes seasons. The fall inhales her, winter tells her when she's leaving. She can't help it. She has her reasons. The clocks inside her ventricles are barely beating. A frozen love. She's a child. Footprints in the snow. Footprints in your soul. It's cold now to freeze a shell. A lover of the silhouette, haunting every breath. That's me playing the guitar too. Dry your tears. They can't help you. Salt and sulfur burns the same when hell compels you. Who cries anymore? We get revenge. Not for yourself and for someone else and saying, roll it around and leave the town. Footprints in the snow, footprints in your soul. It's cold now. Free the trail. Love around the silhouette, haunting everywhere, yeah, yeah. Oh, 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 no, no. Haunting everywhere, yeah, yeah. Oh, 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 no, oh, no, oh, no, oh, no. Haunting every. She can't help it. Her love is selfish. It turns you into stone and leaves you helpless. She has her reasons. It's her season. And the clock's inside her ventricles. Go, oh, 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 It did turn a winter cold. You call me Beats by Tone. Oh my goodness. Beats by Tone. Beats by Tone. It's Beats by Tone. You like that song because it's so sad. It is so sad. That's why you like that song. It is just, it's a very sad song. You should hear the other song I wrote with that. It's even sadder than that. It is a very sad song. It's about the same woman. My sister really likes it because it's so sad. Very sad. She's like, sing my favorite song for me. I'll tell you the words if I can remember them. I can't remember them all. It goes, no one can tell I live my life through you. A prisoner trapped inside my attributes. A perfect portrait of a man made less inside your helping hands. Your charity is not for me. I can't. I find it hard to accept what is for free. I earn my pay like every man, made less inside your helping hand. You're my addiction. I'm your conviction. My codependence, it codepends on you. I can't deny my fall from grace. I can't decide if pride is my mistake. Oh, I forgot. Pride is my mistake. I wear your shame like an old shirt. I scream your name until it hurts. Your laughter hides inside your grin. You love the empty space I'm in. Your kisses only patronize. You hate me more than I realize. You're my conviction, I'm your addiction. My codependence, it codepends on you. I can get by on my own if I wanted to. And I repeat that. Then I say, I spend the rest of my life trying to get away from you. I spend the rest of my life trying to get away from you. I say, I'm not afraid to go outside. I'm not afraid to go outside. Oh, I forgot that last lyric. I'm not afraid to go outside. I forgot what that next lyric is. I forgot the last part of it. I'm not afraid to go outside. I'd rather not be seen in the light. not afraid to go outside. I'd rather not be. Complacency was never me. We're victims of our chemistry. I'm blind, but I know something's wrong. I've been this way for far too long. Far too long. Something like that. Then you're my conviction, I'm your addiction. My codependency codepends on you. And that's the song. It's called Codependent. Very sad song. Very sad situation. I'm good at writing sad songs. Too good at it. It's easy to write a sad song, especially heartbreaking. It's easy to write about getting your heart broke. You can just see the situation and just remember it and just think about how you just got your ass kicked. And just sit there and just lament on getting your ass kicked. And the person who did it doesn't give a flying. They don't give a damn. That right there makes for good songs. They don't care about you not one bit. They're like, so what? So what? I kicked your dinghy in the dirt. Who cares? Or even say stuff like that to you. Oh, you get your feelings hurt. Oh, it's like that hurt. That hurt a little bit. Yeah, you'll be okay. You'll be all right. I'm like, all right, little piece of trash. Okay. Girl that said that to me, I said, you will never marry. She said, I don't believe that. You think she's married today? She never married. I told her, I said, you'll never marry. She thought my broken heart was funny. So I just told her the truth. She's like, you'll never marry. It's cute now. Not cute anymore, is it? Now that you're 50. And you have no children. And you wanted some. It's not cute now, is it? Hmm. That's what you get. You never tease somebody with a broken heart, especially if you're the one who broke it. Never. You never tease a broken heart because they're connected to you. You broke their heart and you tease them about it. You're not talking to them. You're talking to the spirit that's making them feel bad. Because that's what's happening. That the spirit is connected to you and you broke it. You severed the connection. That's why a person feels so bad when they're left. It's the spirit that feels bad. So when you're just start teasing them and ha ha ha, you're playing with a spirit. And that spirit is looking at you going, really? I got you. They see you. And you know what happens? You know what happens after that? That spirit follows you. I know. That spirit follows you. Yeah. And that's what it did to her. She thought it was funny. That spirit followed her. And then she ran into a guy with my same name. And you know what he did? He cheated on her. She got so involved with this guy, all in love. And one day she went over to his house and he was over there banging out another chick. And her and that chick got into a fight. She told me about it and I laughed. I said, yeah. Now you know how it feels. She got her heart broken. That's why you never do that to somebody because you're talking to a spirit. Because a person can't really do anything about it, but the spirit can. Person goes away, with their head down. But that spirit, it's got its head up and it's looking right at you. Uh, yeah, you did this the wrong way, homie. Phone check, homie. Then it goes and finds somebody who's just like you. Jumps into that person. You two lock eyes. You're like, oh my goodness, I'm so attracted to you. No, you're not. You're attracted to the same spirit that was in the other person. It's the same thing. And they're like, yeah, whatever. Let's get together. Let's transfer information. And as soon as y'all get naked, that's it. Now it's on you. You're like, oh my God, that was the best, sex I ever had. It was, oh my God. Oh. Really? You ever notice how people leave somebody else and they find another person who looks like them? Like, you look like mine. They go and find a person who looks like them. Why do you think that is? That's a spirit. Mm-hmm. Spirit identifies itself. So they go find somebody who's got the same attributes you did, but it's not you. Tall, light skin, tall, dark skin, short, light, whatever it is. They end up with somebody who looks like them. Happens all the time. All the time. That's a spirit. Jump right on you. Then you fall in love with that person, and that person dogs your ass out because you dog somebody else out. That's that get back. Be careful. Be careful. It's a nice beat, isn't it? What's it called? I don't even know what it's called. I think it's called What Your Mama Cooking. It's called What Your Mama Cooking. It's not too late for her. You know, she apologized to me years later. Said, I'm sorry for what I did. That's the last time her and I had a conversation. She won't talk to me at all. And that's cool. I'm not really trying to talk to her. What up? Crazy Crypto. Chilling on here talking to Nat. Eat my noodles. Crazy Crypto. What up with the stock market, G? Yeah, bro. What up with Top Financial? What up with Top Financial tomorrow? Or today? Top financial trades today. Ain't traded in 2 weeks. Everybody thinks it's going to go up. Everybody's going to try to make it spike. The nerds are going to buy it. The nerds are going to manipulate the market. It went up 31%. Again. But the nerds are going to try to make it jump tomorrow. The nerds want it to spike again. Try to get it up around 400 or 500. It's probably not going to happen. But if they can get 35, 40% for the next 4 or 5 days, yeah, I'm leaving. I'm about to go in a few minutes. Anyways, Jesus loves you guys, and so do I, nerds. Have a good night. Bye.